So welcome all participants in our first plenary session in economics. And it will be my pleasure to try to help you and to moderate this section. I'm an associate professor at Latvia University of Life Sciences. And yes, today I will try to help you, maybe also technically, if there will arise some problems. If I won't be able to help you, then probably we will ask for support from IT department, but I think everything will go well. So in our section, we have 9, I think, interesting presentations about very different topics, about COVID-19 influence on entrepreneurship, about social entrepreneurship and social farming services, and about tourism tax model, project management. So I think we will have very interesting presentations and discussions. So I will just remind you that each of you have 10 minutes time for presentation. And after that, we will have 5 minutes discussion. So all of you are welcome to ask some questions. And technically, so each of you can share the screen. So probably you have used Zoom. If not, then open your presentations. Then you will press the button, share the screen, and we all will be able to see your presentation and hear you probably. And I just would like to remind you that also in conference homepage, you can find all posters. So you can get to know the results of other research topics as well. And after the presentation and after the conference, actually, you will receive in your email certificates of the conference. And yes, I think we will finish until 1 o'clock, and then we will have a short lunch break. Okay, so if there are not any technical or other questions, I think we can start with our first presentation by Astra Auziņa-Emsiņa. I see you already, and probably you are all ready to present. So Astra Auziņa-Emsiņa, together with Velga Ozoliņa from Riga Technical University, will present us the research about transportation, logistics, and regional development in COVID-19 era, modeling sectoral shocks caused by policy and safety measures. So Astra, the floor is yours, and we can see your presentation, so you can start.
Let's begin. Thank you for introduction part. So dear participants of the conference, guests, and colleagues, my name is Astra Auziņa-Emsiņa, and let's begin. Presentation has a classic layout, introduction, materials and methods, results and discussion, and conclusion part. So far we have been shocked by COVID-19 and also policy and safety measures introduced by governments. And we have noticed that both negative and positive challenges for transport sector had been taken place. So far, economic impact of COVID-19 has received a lot of research attention. Considerable research attention has been directed towards supply chains, transport, logistics, management, organizational issues, and it must be admitted that relatively low scientific interest is being paid to COVID-19 impact on regional development and rural development. However, COVID-19 is heavily already examined and analyzed issue in economics and transport especially. If we mention some negative aspects and challenges for transport sector, we already might notice by ourselves in our daily activities, so restrictions, risks, additional costs, lockdowns of certain industries, and positive as well as an expected booming of niche industries like courier services, online services, takeaway deliveries, and so on and so on. And in result, the aim of our research is to model an impact of shocks the transport and logistics encounter during COVID-19 era on the economy and regional development. We use comparative statistic approach that involves input-output model with additional regional modeling block and scenarios. And two extreme scenarios were applied for Latvia's economy. Firstly, extremely dramatic decline in demand on air transport services by 90%. And secondly, unexpected increase in demand for postal and courier services that doubled output. So extreme cases, extreme negative one and extreme positive one in COVID-19 era. We use high level of sectoral segregation. We use NACE second revisions that subdivides economy in 64 industries, and transport sector is subdivided into 5 industries. And so as the core is input-output model, so 64 to 64 economic activities have been analyzed, high level of disaggregation. And additional regional modeling block includes 2 perspectives. First, regional development is analyzed according to NUTS 3 disaggregation, so 6 regions, Riga, Riga, Kurzeme, Zemgale, Vidzeme, and Latgale. And secondly, the urban-rural typology applied of Eurostat that subdivides or classifies regions into predominantly urban regions, intermediate regions, and predominantly rural regions. So 2 perspectives regarding regional development in this model. We rely on latest statistics, and the core is symmetric input-output table for Latvia for 2015. And so latest data used for elaboration of scenario analysis. It's important to stress that these are what-if scenarios that evaluate short-term and mid-term effect on economy as technological coefficients are constant. So there are no possibility for companies to relocate their economic activity from one region to another one. There are limitations that companies cannot build new production plants and etc. So this is a short-term effect. What if happens? And this model, as input-output model, includes the basic identities of economy that ensures equilibrium. So the whole economy has been modeled, and then we see sectoral results. Not a certain industry, but the whole economy in very detailed perspective. The modeling includes several stages. So the first of all, 64 to 64 economic activity being assessed according to shocks. Then results of 64 industries aggregated into 10 major groups, and these data used further for regional development block in 2 perspectives, according to NUTS 3 and the Eurostat urban-rural typology. It must be stressed that modeling is being executed on one country, Latvia, but there are no limitations for this method to be applied to any European Union country, because input-output statistics and input-output framework is common for all the European Union countries. So for similar questions and similar cases. So results and discussion on them. So the first scenario out of 2 modeled and presented in the research are quite extreme. So the first one is extreme negative case for air transport. Air transport experienced a dramatic, or even we can say collapse of this industry. Demand decreased by 90%. But however, it is unexpected short-term shock, and there is no unknown links of its impact. At the same time, society in general believes that it will soon be over. It's only for time, it's for a certain time. And hence, we assume the other factors, the rest is ceteris paribus, so no migration between regions, no regional allocation of economic activity in this time of shock when it takes place, and so on. And the summary illustrates the impact of collapse of one industry on other industries, on the whole economy, without government compensation mechanisms and support programs. So what happens when one industry collapses? So let's take a look on results. We see when a final demand experiences such a huge decline, there's still some intermediate demand for these air transport services. And in general, the whole industry experienced slightly smaller output decline as people, inhabitants, guests and tourists are not demanding or not allowed to demand these services. Still, there are cargo, postal deliveries, and so on. So something stays. But the main outcome from this modeling is that mainly service sectors have been influenced by this extreme negative challenge for air transport services. So rental and leasing, employment services, other travel agency services, and like manufacturing of even quite needed and demanded goods for this sector, like transport equipment, rubber and plastics or chemicals. It shows smaller impact on these sectors. So service sector has been influenced by large extent than manufacturing. If we take a look on the second scenario, so the playground is similar. So one sector, one industry is taken, in this case, postal and courier. We have noticed that some courier companies experience real booming. So we model it quite, let's say, realistic, not the most extreme positive shock possible. So we model it what happens when their output doubles. At the same time, households and businesses tend to maintain their consumption pattern. So if they cannot buy in face-to-face shops, so they use distant shopping options with deliveries, and so the same grocery goods, electronics, and so on still find their way to households. But at the same time, this is unexpected, short-term shock, and still society believes that it soon be over. And so regional migration of economic activity, regional migration of inhabitants is not modeled, so it's fixed, constant in this scenario modeling case, and as the same playground without any additional government compensation mechanisms. And so the aim is to estimate the impact of relatively forced decisions by households. So if you are not allowed to buy something at shop in person, so in most cases these persons buy online or other ways how to get those goods by other economic agents, not only households but also other businesses, because various materials also have been delivered by courier services. And if we take a look on the result of this modeling scenario, we see that the most affected industries are paper producing, rubber, and also from manufacturing sector, chemicals and chemical products. But at the same time, still quite a lot service sectors pop out, like warehousing and supports, publishing services, security services, and so on. So we see that service sectors are quite vulnerable in these shocks. And now is an important point to have a regional look on these issues, because whole Latvia is whole Latvia. But let's take a look on to regional dimensions. The first of all is regarding NUTS3. And so if we take overall impact, so in the first case with air transport sector almost complete collapse, we see that one sector collapses, the total economy shrinks by 1.1% only due to huge decline in one sector. But in Riga, Riga, we observe most severe effect on economy, but in other regions, as Vidzeme, Zemgale, we see that impact is by 1/3 lower than average, or especially in Riga and Riga. With a second scenario regarding courier services and doubling the output, one sector doubled, and we see that impact is 0.5 increase of total economic output. And the same case, Riga and Riga gains from this case, but Vidzeme and Zemgale actually gains also, but the impact is relatively lower. And the main finding that we would like to stress is that urban areas, due to higher economic activity and larger service sector, are more affected. In both cases, negative or positive, and rural areas are relatively less negatively affected during the crisis. It sounds good, but at the same time, during the recovery in post-COVID era, it might lead to weaker economic activity in the rural areas, and so in a situation that rural areas will continue to lag behind the urban areas. So this is a quite important issue to bear in mind. Regarding urban-rural typology applied by Eurostat, when the whole territory, certain area is being subdivided in predominantly urban, pure towns and cities, intermediate regions that are something in between, and predominantly rural regions, countryside, let's say in other words. And the picture is almost the same as in previous. So total impact, 1.1 decline of total economy in airport transport, and predominantly urban regions receives the heaviest shock, and predominantly rural areas are less affected. And in the most positive case, regarding couriers, we see opposite way, the same pictures that predominantly rural regions gain it more, and predominantly rural areas gain it less. And so we come to conclusion part. Government policy and other safety measures introduced in this period that affected transport sector have notable impact on economy as a whole, and also on industries that are linked with these shocked industries. Our findings demonstrate that service sectors, however, are more affected by both collapse and also booming of two analyzed transport sector industries. At the same time, agriculture, manufacturing, and energy sector are significantly less affected. So these extreme shocks go by them. And we observe, according to NAT3, level of disaggregation that Riga and Riga, they affected are at the largest extent in both cases, the positive one and negative one. And once again, we would like to stress that the larger the service sector, the more the region is being affected. So urban areas are shocked more, but rural areas are less affected. And very notable finding that in post-COVID era, it might lead to situations that these regions recover, but with a weaker economic activity there. And so rural areas still are there where they are, or even they lag behind other urban areas. And this issue regarding regional policy and economic policy makers especially are so they are encouraged to take into account this aspect and to alter tools, measures, initiatives to ensure that a more balanced regional economic development takes place, especially in post-COVID-19 era. With such a nice encouragement, I would like to thank you for your attention and questions and discussion.
Thank you, Astra. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Are there some questions? Maybe I will ask only one question because we are running out of time. It was a very interesting conclusion. I think that these rural areas are less affected by COVID-19. Maybe how can you explain this fact that in rural areas they feel like maybe less this negative effect?
Rural areas experience both less negative and less positive, and it's mainly because the economic activity there is lower, less companies, less production, less service, especially lower the level of service sectors allocated in rural areas. So this is a key point. Okay. Less economic activity, smaller the outcome.
Okay, thank you very much. So probably if there will be any questions, then after the section you can contact Astra and ask more questions about research. I think it is very topical and interesting. And now I will give floor to our next presenter, Our next research topic is from Tatiana Lejeva, Baiba Rivža, and Maiga Krūzmētra from Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies. And we will keep discussing about COVID-19 influence because the research topic is changes in the economy as a system, entrepreneurship under the influence of COVID-19. I see Tatiana will probably present.
Yes.
Yeah. So Tatiana, you can share the screen and the floor is yours now.
Hello to everyone. My name is Tatiana Lejeva, and I'm very glad to be here today and present to you the result of the research. As you all know and mentioned, and as you all know, for the last 1.5 years, the COVID-19 pandemic in Latvia and around the world has left mark on people's life, and also affected each state's economy. In some cases, is less or more. And that's why today I will talk about the changes in an economy as a system, entrepreneurship under the influence of the COVID-19. The aim of the research is to analyze the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on economic structural changes in Latvia and its geographical location. To achieve the aim, the following research tasks were set to characterize the national economic system development tendencies before COVID-19. The second task was to identify and assess the main features on changes the national economy system during 2020. And the third task was identify and assess the geographical location of structural changes in a country. Several methods were used in the research, including descriptive statistic analysis methods, grouping. For the analysis were used data from the Central Statistical Bureau and the Statistical Office of European Union, Eurostat. And also data are based on the statistical classification of the economic activities in European community, NUTS classification. To characterize the national and economic system development tendencies before COVID-19, in this slide, you can see the changes in the Latvian economy during 2010 and 2018. The data confirmed both in the increase in the number of employees and the increase of the net turnover of the companies and as a result of economic activity. More important is that the predominance of net turnover growth over employment growth. There are three options for change that is possible. First, as number of employees increased, the net turnover for economic segments also increased. The second option is when both indicators decrease. And the third option is when the number of employees decrease, but at the same time observed that significant increase in net turnover of the national and economic activities. An example of third option is this option. The third option is the financial insurance activities segment is with indicated with letter K. The number of employees decreases to 87.4%, but the number of turnover of the national economic activities has a significant increase up to 242%. If we look at the Information and Communication Services Group segment indicated with J, we can consider that the changes are in the internal structure. The growth of the segment's net turnover lags behind the growth of the number of employees. In certain components of this segment show a significant increase in innovative productivity of employees. Computer programming, consultancy, and related activities net turnover growth is up to 359%, and information services activities net turnover increased up to 413%. This all is under this J, letter J, which is this Information and Communication Service Group. The data on employment in the segments of the economic system at the end of the third quarter of 2020 was grouped according to the common features. In a pandemic situation, an increase in the number of employees can be observed in 7 groups. With the highest score, 135, is mining and quarrying segment indicated with the letter B. And at the same time, economic segment with the maximum decrease in the number of employees are art and entertainment and recreation segment with 93%, which is here, and I'm sorry, with the letter R indicated, and accommodation and food services activities segment, 86.6%, indicated with the letter I. Changes in economic system can be viewed not only by sectors or segments, but also in the geographical breakdown. The results of this figure show that each statistical region of Latvia, Riga, Pieriga, Vidzeme, Kurzeme, Zemgala, or Latgale, has undergone minor changes in the separate segments. Better understand which segment has these changes, the authors made a grouping of the segments by the regional breakdown, analyzing the economic segment by groups, quite different tendencies emerging in the economic system by the regions of Latvia. In Latvia, in Latgale and Zemgala regions dominate the number of basic segments in the economy in which the number of employees increases, while Vidzeme and Kurzeme regions indicate the decrease of the number of employees. For more detail, has selected Zemgala and Vidzeme region data. Those a broader explanation of changes taking place in the regional economic system is obtained. Comparing these regions, you can see that there are differences in indicators with one segment. For example, Manufacturing indicates with letter C. In Zemgala, manufacturing is in group 1, which is shows this increase of the number of employees. But in Vidzeme, manufacturing group is in the group 3, which shows opposite view, and showing rejection is higher than average. You can see here. Comparison of the process shows that in four segments there is an increase in the number of employees in both regions. In 6 segments there is a rejection in the number of employees of both regions. But in 9 segments, comparing these regions, are opposite changes. Of course, the next research step would be to understand what affect the differences within the same economic segments in each of the country's region, but it is not covered at this time. And conclusions are that one of the main consequences of economic activity suspension is a rejection in the number of employees in the specific sectors. The epidemiological restrictions imposed by the governments had led to determination in the mood of both entrepreneurs and society as a whole, and restrictions in the state have not been consistent. Another conclusion was that COVID-19 affected small trade, which provides several related to direct on-site customer services. Another thing was that policymakers need to promote support tools. One of them is a good practice. Through the public media information channels, giving entrepreneurs advice and possible solution that can be used to be implemented to sustain the economic activities. And for last, I would like to say thank you for support to my colleagues and National Research Program Recovery LV for all. And now it's all, and thank you for attention. And I hope everyone will keep their health safety in a real tough time, which is now, and good luck to everyone. Thank you.
Tatiana, for your presentation. I have one question. You actually mentioned that it's not covered in this research, and that's okay. But just from your point of view, what do you think? What could influence these changes in regions? So just, I know that it's not like statistically researched, but still, what could be like the main factors which influence these changes?
When I was listening, the previous researcher, she mentioned already about these regions, there is in some regions there is more changes in economy, and another one regions is more or less, because this how to say, services in regions are quite different, and most of them are like based in Riga and Riga. And to answer to your question, I would say that it's important to understand what kind of these services, what kind of services are in each this region, and after analysis you can actually understand how big is this impact to each region. I think I hopefully answered to your question.
Okay, thank you, Tatiana. Thank you for your presentation. It was very
Thank you.
interesting, and good luck with the next researches and further steps. But our next presentation is from Aija Zobena and Daira Lāce from University of Latvia. And I see Aija, probably you will be presenter, so you can share the screen. And the presentation will be about demand for social farming services in Latvia, dementia care in Ruiena municipality. Please, Aija, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, dear organizers of the conference, dear colleagues. Thank you for opportunity to present my small study to you today. In my presentation, I would like to draw your attention to the, how to say, I hope that it will be some innovative possible solutions to global response to global challenges, which is connected with globally and particularly in industrially developed countries, important problem of aging of population and all consequences of these processes. And I also would like to say that in my presentation it will be very small reflection of very small qualitative study of processes which are important for rural development. I hope which are important in Europe, and I hope also in Latvia. We in future will be able to see these trends. My co-author is social worker from the State Social Care Center Zemgale, and some part of fieldwork is based on Daira's fieldwork during her master, preparing her master paper. And my presentation will be with a, how to say, very traditional structure. At the beginning, I would like to introduce some important concepts which form theoretical framework of our study. And then I will describe a little bit methods used in this study. And then, of course, we will come to the results, and hopefully, if I will be able to stick to my time schedule, also to some conclusions. Social farming is both a new and traditional concept.
Sorry, can you share your presentation?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So here you can see the title of my presentation, and I started to introduce, to tell about the background of this study. Social farming is, as already said, both traditional and new concept, because in traditional society, social farm life practically was how to say, multi-dimensional activity, which organized both economic and social life, and household usually took care also about the care for those members of household who were not able, who were ill and small and old and so on and so on. But if we are looking at farming in our days context, we can see that social farming is a new way how to look at solutions of several social problems. The concept of social farming is much more wider. I will today look only at one possible area where this innovative form of farming could be used. But if we are looking from the perspective of rural development, we can see that this concept it covers at least three areas: rural development, social entrepreneurship, and also growing demand for social services, particularly in areas which are quite sparsely populated. And also the concept of social farming is closely linked to the concept of multifunctional agriculture. So in some sense, we can say that it is some return to the traditional way of life in rural areas, but how to say, on new level, responding to new challenges which our society is facing. Agricultural multifunctionality is closely linked to concept of farm diversification. Here you can see some quotes from theoretical works which I used working at this study. Social farming could be analyzed also as one of forms of diversification of farming, and it's most important for small and medium-sized farms, and also it's connected with a possibility to keep rural population living in area and not leaving these areas. Because it also could be regarded as one of possible sources of incomes, which is different from those who traditionally are in agriculture, which are mostly seasonal. And of course, it offers opportunities to diversify employment content because social care, and in which we understand these services provided for social welfare, for solution of social problems, and so on and so on. Also, it is important for employment of rural population, for maintenance of natural environment and traditional cultural landscape, biodiversity, which is connected closely with staying rural areas populated. And also, of course, it's connected with recreation and health services. But specific aspect of social farming is, I particularly want to focus on it, is social care, rehabilitation, and therapeutical functions, which are very important to context of my presentation. And here you can see quite a lot overview of literature, which allows to form the context of our study. And we can see that many countries, and first of all, countries with quite high level standard of living, such as Netherlands, Finland, Norway, they are introducing social farming as one of tools how to cope with very serious problems connected with aging, with dementia care, which is also topic of our study. But from the other side, we can see also very good examples of development of social farming in quite different context, close to our context, because Latvia, Poland also as Latvia is new member of European Union. And of course, our standards of living are not as high as in so-called old EU countries, but at the same time, we are facing practically the same problems, and sometimes even in more severe forms. The concept of social farming also fits in new trends of ways how healthcare services ideally should be developed. The focus is on decentralization, flexibility, and better coordination of efforts for patients to move from provider-centric care to primary community and patient-centric care. So it means from large institutions to smaller structures which better fit to needs of specific clientele. And particular focus of our presentation is dementia care, and it is a specific disease which unfortunately is not curable. We can only evidence the process which is of decline, of cognitive decline. And foreign experience shows that social care farms can provide care services to people with early dementia, extending the time when they need to go to places with long-term care. And we can see also these beneficial aspects from medicine area of medicine, of medical science. Yeah, and our idea is to propose this care model also as suitable for Latvian conditions, especially in remote areas. The aim of the study is to explore potential demand and possibility to use this model by studying the experience of families caring for family members with dementia. And it was a qualitative study in April of 2020. And the main method used to obtain information was in-depth explorative interviews with family caregivers and also some other stakeholders, family doctors, representatives of care institutions, and so on in Rujena municipality, which is quite distant from central area. It's quite peripheral area, and there are quite developed healthcare and social care services, and the possibilities to get quite good medical help. There were three families engaged in our study. One family which lives in a three-room apartment in Rujena, and the person with dementia is 79 years old woman who lives with family of her daughter, and she is diagnosed dementia. It's also very important for this case. And this family also has very good support from family doctor and also from neighbors. Second family lives in private house outside the center of Rujena, and 84 years old woman lives together with her son, family of her son. This lady has not been diagnosed the dementia. Also, she has quite severe symptoms, it creates some problems not only for the family but also for other people living. Daughter-in-law, son's wife, she is working in one of these social care centers, so it means that she has some how to say informal consultation, gets information for this situation. And the third case is family living in a private house outside the city, and the nearest and quite far from nearest neighbors. Person with dementia is 79 years old a woman who lives with her daughter, and dementia is diagnosed only by family doctor, not psychiatrist, and of course it's not so good situation for treatment of this disease. A daughter and mother have developed very good relationship from family doctors, but as in family number 2, also in this family, family members are hiding this diagnosis from other people. So you can see that the scale of problems which are facing families with people with persons with dementia is quite heavy, and possible solutions which are now offered to these families are quite limited. The only practically possibility is a placement of person to institutional care, which is a very serious decision for families. Foreign experience shows that social care farms can provide care services for people with early dementia and extend time when they are living in these social care institutions. And even if person is living in family, very important is to give some rest to family members and to use services of these social farms from time to time. And also it's a possibility to maintain a traditional lifestyle which persons are used, community engagement, and so on. And our conclusion is that social farming could be very important way which how to significantly improve the care of people with dementia, and it is also could be regarded as some missing step between the care of these people in families and in long-term institutions. The main conclusion is that work with people with dementia requires holistic support and help, as the problem of social farming in general. So here you can see also some sources of quotations, and also I would like to thank project funded by the Latvian Council of Science for support in this study. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to ask questions if there are any.
Thank you. I think very also interesting research and very necessary actually thing. These social services and social farms actually. I have only one very short question. You mentioned that there is need kind of support. What about the governmental support? Do we need governmental support for such social farms in Latvia as well to establish?
I'm quite optimistic because we have law on social entrepreneurship, and social farming could be one of such forms. Looking at Polish experience, I only mentioned it, I have not described it in general, but in Poland there is very good cooperation between farmers who are interested to work in this area, because there are very specific areas of expertise should be covered. They have very good cooperation with Agricultural Advisory Center, which has formed specific division where practically 24 hours a week you can receive consultation also in area of these very specific questions. And also some standards should be elaborated for such social care farms, because in reality many farms are offering some bath services, spa, and so on and so on, but it's mostly used as commercial, and that not always controlled from authorities, which of course could be necessary if we are looking at the effects which such methods should cause.
Thank you, Aija.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your very interesting research. And I will give the floor to our next presenter, Armāns Pužulis, from Latvijas University of Life Sciences and Technologies, Institute of Agricultural Research and Economics. And the research topic is rural development context, input in rural attractiveness definition. So Armāns, you can probably switch the camera, and also you can share the screen.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, we
Hi.
can see you.
Hi, everyone.
Yes, nice to see you. Okay.
Yeah. Rural development contexts. Why so? This is based on a polyrural project, work package 1. This is the main package for the methodological approach to see how develop rural areas. And our institute is one of a partner of this project. The aim of study is make to improvement of the definition, but it's not to create a new definition, but broaden some understanding of rural attractiveness and some access factors, contexts of attractiveness. This is not so devoted to the rural attractiveness concept at such, but mostly linked to the needs of the polyrural project. We use that mixed research method, combining qualitative, quantitative techniques, and it's a large analysis of literature and the needs analysis in a pilot regions done by the pilots and evaluation of policies as well done by other work packages. We have some parts of the study from the literature review to tracking change in the definition to the pilot policy evaluation, and some conclusion finding and recommendation for the approach how to see on a rural attractiveness. What about the results? Definition as a process is one of the main issues in such approach. Then we see that on the first in the project there was an initial vision, then 2 adjustments, and then contribution to the end of the project. How it's changed the view of definition of rural attractiveness. The initial definition was there, And this is based on the context of agriculture, business, and new entrants. This is the main idea on what is need to make stress on the beginning of the project, and in a developing stage of the project, we see that needs to enlarge the definition to the other contexts. This is some needs to enlarge. Why so? There is several aspects why is need to change or to broaden the view of that. On research, we see on several concepts in the literature and their interlinkage with each other. This is about development, rural development policy, regional development. We see also a leader as a pilots is stressed on that, and the rurality, regions, and typology. The contexts used in a project are very broad. You can see some boxes that we see that context, factors of attractiveness, well-being, and the quality of life, which is used for analysis, and pillars of attractiveness, which is 7, and some categories of attractiveness. It is developing through the project. Polyrural project is very broad. It's a lot of partners in 12 countries or pilot territories. If you see on a differences that it's a different regions, which is not one territories, which is one state, and local administrative unit, which is very small, and as well as have a lot of different characteristics, remote or urban or close and to the cities. If we see on important needs that we analyze that the quality of category of context, we analyze that important priorities, and you can see that the main pilot needs is according with the according to the pillars. It's about the business and the availability of public and other services is most important, as well as a new policy is also aimed in these needs, climate change, transition, by economy, green economy, and so on. It's represented more in 5th and 7th pillars. As well, but the other working package was done pilot policy analysis and studies. So to answer the question, what is evaluation of policies given the understanding of attractiveness of rural areas? This is a topics mentioned here, how we see on that. What is the findings from all of this, and some recommendation? We see that the definition or understanding of rural attractiveness is some influenced by the public perception of countryside, and this is a science-based. This is some two views on this definition. As well as this is the definition is also is social, rooted in social values and the policy objectives. Regions have different understanding of rural attractiveness according to mentioned before. But pilot policy, analysis of pilot policy showed that differences in the pillars of rural attractiveness. It's just in every of pilot regions, as well as attractiveness can be seen dual as a social, conditional, and political process, as well as some different impacts, influences on this is a human scale, leadership role, individual motivation, institutional capacity, policy coordination, community and social issues, sustainability, quality of life, well-being. This is influenced in future policy actions. And the conclusions is that the study conceptualized that the attractiveness of rural areas is as a context-based, politically determined and everyday understanding social construct. No common definition. We try to do in a project on the first stage, and then we decide that it's maybe reason to talk about that is a set of factors and contexts that should be taken into account in rural development policies. And in political stage, we need some changes to the territorially centered local approach and multi-level coordinated approach. This is our poly-rural page. So thank you.
Thank you, Armand, for your presentation. I have one small question. You mentioned that there is a different understanding of rural attractiveness in the regions. Can you maybe explain a little bit more? What is the biggest difference in this understanding? How it's understood, I don't know, in one region, and what's the biggest difference in understanding in other region?
The difference is it's not so big or no big. It is about the other view that the needs of every region is very different. For example, if you see the Flanders, which is like a state, and they is a very, how to say, agricultural from one side, and this is a semi-urban territory, which is a very, it's a lot of density of population, and their main needs is how to balance this urban and rural context in a preservation of landscape, for example. And then if we see on a maybe in Vidzeme, it's a Latvian situation, this is a very sparsely populated area, which mainly think about how attract rural population from other maybe young people for the other regions, and how to develop entrepreneurship and so. And this is a totally different, how to say, view about values, which is a need for every of these regions. So, answer.
Okay, thank you, Armand. Thank you very much for your presentation and your research.
Thank you.
And we will continue, or I will continue by myself, because the next presentation, according to conference program, is from me and from my PhD student, Linda Groma. So our research topic is about evaluation of social enterprise status criteria in Latvia. So in recent years, social entrepreneurship has become more and more popular within the research field, also within policy and business sector. And in Latvia, there also arise new social enterprises. However, the amount of social enterprises still is not so big, let's say, as we would like to see, probably. Partly, it can be explained by the fact that social entrepreneurship started to develop in Latvia only like more since 2015, when Social Entrepreneurship Association of Latvia was established, and in 2018 the social enterprise law entered into the force. So since that time, social entrepreneurship field started to develop more and more in Latvia. However, as I mentioned, there is still not so much social enterprises as we maybe would like to see. And the previous research showed that one of the reasons why this development is not so fast is because social entrepreneurs sometimes face some difficulties by meeting social enterprise status criteria. So we set an aim to analyze the criteria for granting social enterprise status in Latvia. And to achieve the aim, we set also two tasks. So I will also shortly describe the process, how companies can grant a social enterprise status. And I will mainly focus on the kind of risks or challenges which social entrepreneurs feel by when they are trying to grant the social enterprise status. To do the research, we made 13 interviews with social entrepreneurs who work in different fields, who have different working experience. Some of them are very new enterprises, some are operating already for more than 20 years, and they are working in different sectors. So it was important to understand like different social entrepreneurs and their experience. And also we conducted interviews with the representatives of the Ministry of Welfare and from the representatives of Social Entrepreneurship Association of Latvia, just to have like wider insight in this situation, like to look from the different perspectives on the situation in this field. So how companies can get a social enterprise status in Latvia? So basically, it's necessary to establish limited liability company, or maybe you already have limited liability company. So the next step is to submit application to Ministry of Welfare, where you have to complete like several forms and just to give kind of information what is required. And then Ministry of Welfare verifies this information, the credibility of information in databases, and send all the documents to Social Enterprise Commission, who deeply analyze this application and also organizes meetings with potential social entrepreneurs just to understand, do they fit to the social enterprise this status. And then after that, they give reasoned opinion to Ministry of Welfare, who decides to grant or to refuse social enterprise status to the company. So this is actually scheme shows that in Latvia, social enterprise, it's not kind of new legal entity. This is just a status which can be granted to a limited liability who fulfills the requirements set in social enterprise law. In general, in our research, we found out that entrepreneurs think that this process, how to get a social enterprise status, is quite well developed, it's quite understandable. But from the other side, they stress that still this process is quite long and quite bureaucratic. And sometimes they face some challenges or difficulties with meeting the criteria of social enterprise status. All these criteria are defined in social enterprise law. And basically, it means that these criteria include that you have to set and describe social aim, because that's the priority of any social enterprise or social business. Also, important criteria is that profit should be reinvested in the company. So entrepreneurs cannot divide the profit between themselves. Also, there's a criteria that you have to employ at least one employee. And one more interesting criteria is that you should create a democratic corporate governance. So the main aim, of course, of our research was to understand what are the main challenges by fulfilling those criteria. So here I try to summarize the main challenges we found out in the research. So first of all, as I mentioned at the beginning, a social enterprise can be only a limited liability company. From one side, it's good because it's clearly defined in the law. However, in the reality, we can see that some associations and foundations actually operate like social enterprises, but they cannot get this social enterprise status because the legal form of social enterprise can be only limited liability company. The next point is that social enterprise can work in very different fields, starting from environmental, educational sector, and so on. But still in society, there is, and also actually between social entrepreneurs are still the feeling that social, and they associate social enterprises only with employment of groups at risk of social exclusion. So-called work integration social enterprise. But this is only one field where social entrepreneurs can work. Sometimes social entrepreneurs faced with some difficulties to make in a correct way some documents, for example, to develop a statute. So sometimes entrepreneurs hired some lawyer or consultant who helped them with this administrative work. More interesting is a situation with reinvestment of profits in the enterprise, because as I mentioned, the profit should be reinvested in the company. And here arise usually discussions between entrepreneurs and politicians, because if you cannot divide the profit, it can hinder you to attract potential investors in the future. And also it can be one of the factors which don't motivate new entrepreneurs to become social entrepreneurs, because they cannot divide the profit between themselves. And one more very interesting criteria is about paid employees. From the entrepreneur's point of view, this criteria is clear. They understand that they should employ at least one employee. But Ministry of Welfare have found out that in reality, there are sometimes these dishonest situations. For example, entrepreneur employs employee but pays salary that is equal to €0. So actually they formally fulfill this criteria, but in reality, there is no sense of such fulfillment. And the last criteria is involvement of target groups in the enterprise executive or supervisory body. Unfortunately, quite often in reality, entrepreneurs fulfill this criteria just formally, and they just inform these people about their plans and activities, but not always it's with kind of sense. So they are just fulfilling this criteria formally. So in conclusion, what we recommend, we propose allowing some part of the profits to be distributed in the form of dividends in the future, maybe it's possible, and to avoid the situation that entrepreneurs sometimes just employ employees and pay them salary which is equal to €0. We propose that it would be good to add some additional criteria. For example, that a social enterprise applies the principles of social justice to its employees, thereby ensuring fair pay, as well as setting a minimum workload or minimum working hours for the employees of target groups employed in the work integration social enterprise. So it could at least partly help to solve this problem that they employed these people just formally, but there is no practical sense of all that. And also, as we found out that sometimes entrepreneurs have difficulties by measuring and describing their social aim, we recommend also to Ministry of Welfare to develop some guidelines how social entrepreneurs can measure their social impact, just by giving some real examples and showing how it can be done, because sometimes social entrepreneurs don't really understand how they can do this. That's why they have some problems by explanation of this criteria. So thank you for attention. If there are some questions, I am ready to answer your questions. But if there are no questions, then I will give floor to the next presenter, who will continue, let's say, to talk about social entrepreneurship. And our next presenter is Linda Groma from Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies. And she will present the research topic, theoretical aspects of social entrepreneurship in the context of the environment. So welcome, Linda.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. My name is Linda Groma. I'm a PhD student at Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies, and my supervisor is Associate Professor Lasma Turbe. And today I will present our research, theoretical aspects of social entrepreneurship in the context of environmentalism. The research aim is to examine the theoretical role of preserving and protecting the environment by means of social entrepreneurship. Social entrepreneurship involves identifying and using business opportunities in a way that creates some social value for meeting the basic and also long-term needs of society. And even though single definition of social entrepreneurship has not been implemented yet, it is an integral part of the European market economy with various business principles, forms, and goals. Social entrepreneurship is based on creating social changes by offering various innovative solutions. Here you can see the comparison of definitions. In Latvian definitions, emphasis is on tackling social problem and not making financial gain. But in worldwide definitions, the emphasis is on innovation, goal achieving, as well as these definitions also define the characteristics of entrepreneurs themselves. Social entrepreneurship has developed from early 20th century when Royal Society for Nature Conservation was found, and later on different initiatives were made like sustainable politics creation and more efficient economy making. When researching environmental social entrepreneurship, it is important to understand the factors that do influence the environmental problems. The Agency for Disease Prevention and Health has identified the 6 factors, and each of them highlights the environmental health element. These 6 factors are outside air condition, quality of water, toxic substances and hazardous waste, accommodations and communes, infrastructure and monitoring, and also ecological health in the world. Environmental entrepreneurship also is called green or eco-entrepreneurship, and it focuses on eco-friendly and sustainable values. This goes hand in hand with the values of social entrepreneurship that tackles environmental problems. Also, eco-entrepreneurship is closely linked to corporate social responsibility and ethics on entrepreneurship as well. Sustainable entrepreneurs could also be motivated through creating a friendly business environment while contributing to solving ecological problems and preserve nature resources. In Europe, the criteria for setting up a social enterprise differs significantly. as do the development stages of it and the plans for social entrepreneurship. So by researching social entrepreneurship reports on 27 European countries, it could be conducted which countries do involve environmental social entrepreneurship in their development plans. And so here you can see in which countries legislation and reports do not incorporate the environmental dimension as a criteria for identifying social enterprises. Here you can see in which countries have developed these initiatives, and the last row is which countries legislation and reporting incorporates the environmental dimension as an important and primary criteria for identifying social enterprises. And even though social entrepreneurship began emerging in 20th century, in the beginning of the 20th century, there is still no single definition or a criteria for the social entrepreneurship. And this kind of entrepreneurship plays an important role in protecting the environment and conserving nature, as it highlights each of the 6 elements of environmental health. And the development stages vary in the European Union. Therefore, in the most EU states, the emphasis is put on the involvement of the target groups in social entrepreneurship. However, there are 11 countries that have integrated the environmental dimension, but only 2, Denmark and the Czech Republic, the environmental factor has put as a priority in their national development plans. So thank you for listening. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you, Linda, for your presentation. I have one question. Can you a little bit explain the situation in social entrepreneurship in Latvia? How many maybe social entrepreneurs are in Latvia, and how many of them work in environmental field, and maybe which are the most popular activities of those social entrepreneurs who work in environmental field?
Thank you for your question. As I showed in my presentation, the Latvia was in between. They have included the environmental factor, but it is not a priority. Right now, the environmental social enterprises are only 4% of all of the social enterprises, and that is 11 enterprises, and they highlight the accommodations and communes, which is education of society, as well as ecological health in the world, which is waste management.
Okay. Thank you very much for additional information. And if there are no more questions, then I would like to give floor to Laura. I see Laura Pola is already ready to do the presentation. And her research is about tourism tax model for development of regions. And research is made together with the colleague Tamara Grizane from Turība University. So Laura, the floor is yours and the screen is yours.
So yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very honored to have opportunity to participate in this conference. Unfortunately, my colleague Tamara Grizane couldn't join us today, but I will present our research for both of us. The topic of our research is tourism tax model for development of regions. So tourism tax are imposed on tourists by government or local municipality. This can be entry tax, departure tax, hotel or resort tax. Research aim is, research problem is the unclear implementation approach of tourism tax model for regional development. And research aim is defining on the most appropriate tourism tax for regional development. So theoretical part of research is based on scientific articles and literature documents defining tourism development and key principles of tourism tax system. So yes, so necessary statistical data on number of tourists abroad in Latvia were acquired through publication of World Bank, statistical outlets, databases, and annual overviews by Central Bureau of Statistics of Latvia. The practical part of research is based on series of interviews with tourism industry experts. The professional activities of experts were directly related to the tourism tax or its introduction, as well as interviews with members of local municipality. Analytic here, he process defining of the most appropriate tourism tax for regional development. The tourism industry has a positive impact on countries globally, like generated additional income for regional development, for development of infrastructure and others, increasing exports and creating, of course, new workplaces. The tourism tax exists in multiple countries. For instance, in many states of USA, including Alaska, in Bhutan, in Japan, in New Zealand, Peru, also in Russia, Turkey, Ukraine, and Zambia. In European Union, already 18 out of 70 member states have introduced tourism tax. It has not yet been introduced in Finland, Cyprus, Denmark. Meanwhile, in Estonia and Latvia, the introduction of national-wide tourism tax is considered. In European countries, so the range of tourism tax is from 15 cents to €7.50 in Brussels. So there is most expensive. So in Latvia, the first occasion of tourism tax has been identified in 1891, so more than 100 years ago, when it was introduced in almost all the resorts in Latvia. It's Baldona, Jūrmala, Ķemere, Ogres, Loka, and Cēsis. Attempts have been made to introduce tourist tax in various places so far. Trials to introduce tourism tax in Latvia have encountered fiasco in Abava Heritage Valley. It was 2010. In Tarnikava 2011, because it was based on communication shortcomings and no evaluation of tourist flows and nor analysis of the tourist impact on the environment was carried out. Also, due to complicated administrative process, the tourism tax for hotels was cancelled, but from 1996 onwards, entry cost for all non-local vehicles was introduced in 2019 in Jūrmala, accounted to income for €2.8 million. So these incomes were used to promote tourism, optimum environment, improvements for development of resort, nature protection, heritage protection, as well as for upkeep of public safety and order. The tourism in Latvia has been, of course, negatively impacted by COVID-19 pandemics. In May of 2020, major dive in the number of tourists was evident. The number of served local and international visitors dropped by 88.5% compared to similar period in 2019. Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development has noted the need for establishing the competitive advantage of Latvia in surrounding regions are one of the challenges of the tourism policy in Latvia. In order to pursue these activities, so additional fees, additional financial resources are needed, and one of the means for collecting this is through tourism tax. Globally, there are different models for tourism tax. However, it's not clear indication towards the applicability for a single tourism tax model for development of regions, which would be applicable to the case of Latvia. And also in Latvia, there is certain opposition against the introduction of the tourism tax. So the conducted expert interviews revealed the main problems. Introduction of tourism tax could drive up prices of accommodation. The competitiveness of tourism industry of Latvia can be hampered, also between the Baltic states. There is a belief in proper and transparent management of collected resources. So it is unclear how collected resources will be used, and there is a lack of trust in conduct of public institutions. And the financing for the tourism sector will be allocated from other sectors and other needs of national budget. The other method, other of research method was used is analytic hierarchy process, which is a multi-criteria decision-making method that includes quantitative and qualitative analysis. And it was chosen because it is well suited for complex multi-decision making in complicated problem situations. It was developed by Thomas Sati in 1970s. Of the three types of analytic hierarchy process, the calculation of criteria weight, calculation of point option matrix, and option ranging, we based on their foreign research experience for evaluation of results, choose the calculation of criteria weight. So in this four hierarchy scheme, so level 1 is the aim of the work to find the most appropriate alternative, which can be done while evaluating and comparing the chain pair. So level 2 criteria group, and level 3 criteria in criteria group, and level 4 as alternatives. So the criteria groups interest criteria and alternatives were chosen based on theory of research, while defining the criteria groups, which are related, and those institutions which are interested in introduction of tourism tax. Regional interests criteria is financial resources, savings, investment in infrastructure, increase of budget income, development of tourism sector in regions, and communication and improvement of the brand. The criteria alternatives were chosen based on selected basis of theory and the views expressed by experts during the interviews and on the need framework of the tax system. So in summarized assessments, overall criteria groups has the highest evaluation was given to criteria regional interests, which is with criteria weight 0.265. Thus, according to the assessment of experts, this is the most significant criteria for facilitation of introduction of tourism tax. And this criterion is important because local municipalities carry out the implementation and administration functions. After compiling the total assessment results for regional perspective, we conclude that experts' opinion is anonymous, while whilst evaluating the criteria development of tourism sector with minimal criteria weight disparity of 0.247 to 0.252. So results correspondent with the goals of the tourism tax introduction. This is also functions as a means for attraction additional financial resources to the tourism sector. To sum up assessments for all alternatives with the fourth level of hierarchy, so the highest criteria weight was 0.359, so attribute to criteria fixed rate model for enterprise. Therefore, the fixed rate is an undefined sum of money which is dedicated on by local government and is applied of each and every visitor staying of local hotels in a given municipality. And on conclusions, the analysis of historical data shows that tourism tax in Latvia has existed for more than 100 years and has provided income to city budgets. The analysis of statistical data shows that introduction of tourism tax in the studied continents of the world has not negatively affected the flow of tourists. Results of the analytic hierarchy method show the most important criteria of each interest group, which is for tourist interests, it's a new tourism product. For entrepreneur interests, it's investment in infrastructure. For regional interests, it's development of tourism industry and regions. And for national interests, it's possible financial resources saving and increased budget income. And according to experts' opinion voiced through HAP methodology approach, the introduction of the rate model for enterprise was chosen as the most appropriate model for Latvia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. Very interesting to hear about tourism tax model. I'm not happy also that we have to pay when we enter Jūrmala, but now we will have to pay for everything, like we will visit something. But what do you think? It would be necessary to introduce this fixed rate model for enterprise, like for all, I don't know, cities and all places in Latvia, or maybe to start to introduce it in some places at the beginning and then maybe in other, or immediately for everything?
Thank you for the question. So I think that we could start with the areas that for those which will be more difficult to recover after this all COVID-19, because as now they so the economic recovery will for rural areas will be weaker, so they will need like more this financial support to recover. So as example, Riga maybe is not the one, because tourists usually when they're coming, they come to cities. So so for rural areas, it's going to be more difficult. So they will need this additional finances to recover. So yes, probably for all the cities.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And for the local people as well, and for the foreign people as well, the same equal conditions.
So this is actually the question for discussion, because there is a different experiences in different European countries, because some countries implement this tourism tax only for tourists and some also for locals. So it's in the process of implementation, it's a question to discuss further.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Laura, for your interesting research. And I see our next presenter is ready already, Mairita Stepiņa from Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies, who together with our colleague Modrīte Pelše has made the research about approbation of project management methodology in degraded areas revitalization projects. So Mairita, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello Lasma. I'm very glad to see you. And hello all my colleagues. I introduce you with my research approbation of project management methodology in degraded areas revitalization projects. About research, the aim of this research is to analyze a waterfall and agile project management methodology, evaluate the possibilities of their adoption in the implementation of degraded areas revitalization projects, and specific tasks of this research are to analyze the theoretical aspects of waterfall and agile methodology, and analyze specific support objective requirements. And after this analysis, adapt all or both methodologies for the implementation of degraded areas revitalization projects. About key words or key terms, one of most important in this research is a degraded area, and is waterfall methodology and agile. Materials and methods. I and my colleague Modrīte Pelše use two methods. One is document analysis, and second, analysis of theoretical literature sources. The success of the degraded areas revitalization projects and the project results according to the needs of the entrepreneur depend on the quality of the project management process, project management methodology. And projects are unique, so it is necessary to choose the best model for their management based on the most important factors determined by project requirements and the project selection conditions set by Union funds. In this picture, you see both methodologies, waterfall and agile project management methodology. And waterfall methodology is based mainly on hierarchy and linear tasks relationships, which prevents the possibility to change the tasks planned in the project. But agile methodology is more flexible, and here most important thing is based on 4 basic principles. And what is the difference between waterfall methodology and agile methodology basic criteria? Basic criteria are requirements users of the project result, documentation and planning, and both of these methodologies describe their requirements. For example, waterfall methodology in criteria requirements clearly define the requirements and do not allow changes, but agile methodology are more flexible, and the agile methodology define requirements not fixed and adjust to change, and users of the project results in waterfall methodology not involved, but in agile close cooperation. And documentation in waterfall methodology is extensive volume. Processes are documented and agile methodology primary necessity documents. And planning in waterfall methodology is most important, but in agile methodology does not attach much importance. One of the support instruments in the revitalization of degraded areas is the use of Europe Union funding project financing opportunities, which regulated in specific support objective. And within the framework of this project program, investments in the renewal of territories are supported, which will be adapted for the location of new companies or the expansion of existing companies in order to promote employment and economic activity. And evaluating all aspects, what are able to ensure successful project management in degraded areas revitalization projects, the authors have developed a methodological framework for degraded areas project, which is shown in next slide, and it's based on the data of table 1. And approbation model of waterfall and agile methodologies in degraded areas revitalization project management in Latvia municipalities are based on Europe Union fund regulations and on municipality development programs. And this side are clear initial requirements and detailed planning, and this more described in waterfall project management methodology. But most important thing in this projects are users closed and frequent collaboration, and this described in agile project management methodology. And conclusions of research. Waterfall defines strict requirements, documented processes, and is suitable for projects that do not envisage a flexible approach and adaptation to change. And specifics of infrastructure projects are in line with the guidelines of the waterfall methodology. The agile methodology offers a flexible approach during project implementation, cooperation with the client or entrepreneur, who is the main stakeholder of the project, as little documentation and contracts as possible. Strict and certain requirements of the management of degraded areas revitalization projects are determined by the regulatory enactments on these specific support objectives. And these requirements mainly relate to project activities, funding, result indicators, which indicates the need for detailed planning and extensive documentations in the project contracts, technical documentation, financial plan, time schedule, and detailed cost reports. Each of the methodologies is suitable for projects of a different nature and scope and size, but this does not mean that successful project result can be achieved using only one of the methodologies. And municipalities from project management teams based on their human resources, which are managed by a project manager appointed by order of the head of the municipality. And the entrepreneur who is interested in the outcome of the project may be included in the project implementation working group and may be not included. It should be emphasized that the entrepreneur's role in the management of these projects is important, and the project result must be in line with the needs of entrepreneur. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marita. Well, I have still one small question. You mentioned that more flexible is this agile methodology, but still sometimes are used this waterfall methodology. So what do you think, what could be like the main challenges to change the methodology? Because you mentioned that sometimes still this waterfall is used, but for example, if you see that in this case, it would be better to choose maybe this agile methodology, is it possible to change, or what could be like the biggest challenges to change the approach?
Yes, it is possible to change methodologies, and which methodology choose. This is not strict defense. If your project are ready to use agile methodology, it is possible. If a project goes to their objective, and in this case, you can choose. Use agile methodology or use waterfall methodology, but in this case, in this specific opportunities in Europe and in this project program, maybe these requirements ask for model which I show in this slide.
Okay, thank you, Marita, for your presentation, and keep doing your PhD. And probably we will listen new results of your research. And now we have, and now we have our last presentation by Marina Demenchuk and Valeris Skribans from Odessa Mechnikov National University from Ukraine. I can see Valeris probably will be presenter. Am I right?
Yes, sure.
Okay, Valerie. So yes, I can see you already, and you can try to share your screen, because probably you will do it, and you will show us your presentation about evaluation of sustainable development of enterprises in the digital transformations.
Thank you, Lasma. First of all, I can introduce me and my colleague from Odessa Mechnikov National University, but I'm from Riga Technical University International Relations Department. So we have international team, and we cooperate in international research. together right article. My role in this research was mathematical modeling and mathematical model development. So my colleague give me material statistical data of this research, but the results it's typical not only for Ukrainian colleagues, but also we can use it in Latvia and all Europe. So let me show our research. First of all, the first part, very important part, is acknowledgements. This project is participation in the conference was founded by European Regional Development Fund, measure support to international cooperation project in research and innovation. To project number you can see in this picture. So we have a lot of international support projects from Latvia, from Ukraine, so it's possible to take part in different scientific conference. So about research, first part we have traditional research structure, IMRAD structure, that's introduction, methods, research, discussion, and conclusions. So these parts I will show you in my small presentation. In introduction, very big part in development of economy to take telecommunication enterprises, because new digital era is related with connections with internet and similar technologies, blockchain and so on. So in our research, we develop mechanisms for assessing the effectiveness of sustainable development of telecommunication enterprises, basis on principles of constructed neural networks bisect the economic, environmental, and social subsystems of the enterprises. So I'm a specialist in computer simulation, computer modeling, system dynamic, also specialist. I develop a lot of econometrical models, but novelty now nowadays a lot of scientists use new data analyze methods, artificial intelligence, and part of this new approach is also neural networks. So in my research, we develop a small neural network. It was novelty element of the research. So material methods. No, I told you. I just told that I have worked with neural networks. The study is based on special methods for evaluating effectiveness of development telecommunication. We use mostly neural network modeling. Also methods of optimization, formalization, factor analysis, simulation, and so on. The results is the following. Now you can see how big is development model, or developed ethics evaluation mechanism of balanced development of telecommunication enterprise. Sorry, it's I think that I have not so a lot of time to describe each part of this model, because it's really really big model, and model not only in theoretical form, but also model have very strong mathematical background. Now you can see list of or specification for developed formula which include this model. I divide the model to several parts. You can see that first part it's indicators of internal balance development, and second part is internal and external part of development of enterprises. It's a result of research. We try apply this research not only it's not only theoretical model, but also, as you see, it's a big mathematical model. So we apply it for evaluating development telecommunication enterprises in Ukraine, because in Latvia we have not statistically we have not so much enterprises, not so much telecommunication enterprises in the market. In Ukraine, there are different situation because they have different regions, and if we have they have regional telecommunication enterprises and country level enterprises. So statistically, model is possible use for Ukraine, but for Latvia, it's very hard to develop, evaluate this model for Latvia. Main conclusions that the development mechanism allow tracking dynamics of performance of enterprises based on study of economic, environmental, and social development subsystem, and as well making comparison with other enterprises in the shape of national world markets, and to achieve economic growth and social stability of ecological balance. The system of indicators has been formed that takes into account the factors of external and internal environment, which determines the indicators of economic and social environment and institutional subsystems. It is proposed to use the balanced development efficiency multipliers as a corrected coefficient with assessing the role of technology communications enterprises business, the role of which influences the specific limits. It's a simulation provision of balance and development of enterprises is basis of principles of different marketing efforts, dynamic components consistent overcoming social and interior community environment focus, limitation, and complexity. So it's for me it's very hard, it's a short time to describe all what we do in our presentation, but really we have very big mathematical mathematical model. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Valery. Yeah, I say it's really a mathematical model, but I think it's very always interesting to compare and to listen very different researches and different research approaches. And maybe I have one question. You showed this table with different indicators which you used for this model for the telecommunication enterprise. I don't know, was it included in the research or not, but maybe you can just tell which of these indicators have kind of biggest influence on telecommunication enterprises.
In reality, we do not have estimation of each independently estimation of each of indicators, because we have another principles. We have principle of neural network, and neural network do not. We cannot this just we cannot this procedure. If we think that in start point one of indicator have no big roles, but in the end point, this indicator can change significantly all picture for forecasting. So principle of neural network, it's not econometrical approach when we can estimate each influence of each indicators. So we estimate all system in whole.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. And yes, thank you once more for your presentation and the interesting approach, I would like to say, to the research. And yeah, with this presentation, I would like to say that we have closed the plenary session of economics. And I just remind you that you will receive, all of you will receive certificates in your email from conference organizers. So yeah, that will follow.
So it's 2:00 p.m. I hope you had a lovely lunch and maybe a cup of tea or coffee. And we are ready to continue the conference with the section of food science. My name is Lena Jansson, and I'm a third-year PhD student in Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies in food science. And I am really happy and glad to welcome all of you to our very exciting and interesting session of food science. We have 7 presenters here today with, I hope we will learn a lot of new information of very interesting topics that awaits us. And prepare your questions. You can write them in the chat box, or we will discuss questions in the question and answer section after each presentation. Just some technical reminds that each presentation will take 10 minutes, after which we will have 5 minutes of question and answer section. And we have submitted posters in the conference web page that you can go and have a look. And all the signed and scanned certificates for attendance of this conference you will receive via email from the committee of organizers from this conference. So, without further ado, I would like to present our first presenter. Darius, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So Darius Sergautis and Tatjana Ķince from Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies and Vanda Sarugautiene from University of Latvia will present a review of current trends in oat protein recovery and utilization in aqueous food systems. Please, Darius.
Thank you, Lena, for great introduction. It's nice to participate in this conference. And my name is Darius Sargopis, and I'm a student, a PhD student in Latvia University of Life and Science. I'd like to discuss about food protein. I have prepared a presentation about this and would like to start with well-known facts. That our population grows. It grows very rapidly. And what we need to keep a population health is protein, healthy protein, and it has been calculated that in addition we will need about 260 million tons of protein annually by 2050. It's a very huge amount, And besides that, I would like to say that most part of protein we consume came from plants and mostly from crops. So considering the current market drivers, we also can expect that it will be even greater because we are having issue with environmental problems. We've also been very introducing health benefits using plant proteins. So we changed our eating habits accordingly. What we have in current situation, what soy and wheat protein, and now pea protein, these proteins dominate in our protein market. And I'm speaking about concentrated protein market. That means that these proteins took the largest part of available proteins. And what we know about it, that it is well-known technologies for the extraction. And these technologies mostly are based on the specific properties of proteins. And to extract these proteins, they use washing for wheat gluten or precipitation for pulses. But besides that, we also understand that we right now already facing a limited supply of this concentrates of protein. So it would be a great source of alternative oat protein, and it could be like oat protein. Oat protein has extensively been studied, but it was studied in, let's say, in raw material, in oats, but not as in concentrated form. And it was studied because we have very good positive nutritional value, but we do not know. We don't know about how it behaves in food systems, in particular in liquid food systems. So the aim of research was to specify oat protein concentrate properties and how it influences in functional fats. The slide represents the differences between two proteins available, mostly available protein sources. So for us, corn or wheat, they have mostly glutamines and prolamines, but it is not the case when speaking about oat globulins. We can see in this chart that globulins, storage protein of oat, contains largest part of all available protein in the crop, and it demonstrates similarity to globulins of legumes. Typically, few available extraction methods are considering when speaking about extraction methods of food protein. It's wet extraction and dry extraction. And speaking about dry extraction protein, it's clear that it could be separated as a byproduct in oat beta-glucan purification. It was very popular right now. And to increase separation, the lipids could be extracted. It helps to extract a little bit more protein during this process. And also protein concentration could be reached quite high, but unfortunately the yields are not reported regarding this. Speaking about wet extraction methods, we could notice that it's possible to do it with deep authentic solvents, and it's water mixtures. It recognizes it as eco-friendly. It has good biodegradability, low toxicity, but that concentration of oat protein could be reached only up to 55%, or even less, and the yield is also not very high. Next method for protein extraction is precipitation. Oat protein could be isolated applying alkaline or salt extracts, and both of them have higher than 90% of concentration of protein. However, the yield of protein is much higher in alkaline extraction than salt, and it's what I would like to say is the most popular method today. And most reports of oat protein and characteristics are based on these extraction methods. Next extraction method is enzymatic extraction, and there were some attempts to isolate oat protein applying enzymatic treatment, and defeated oat brands were treated by glucoamylase. It's a type of enzyme, and it's supposed that the breakdown of cell wall polysaccharide might be also led to release protein into suspension. The yield was not reported in some research, but functional properties of the actin and protein were enhanced comparing to alkaline extraction methods. So what we received at the end was we revealed some properties, positive properties, and most interesting properties I would like to discuss here is thermal stability of oat protein. It's stable at 112 degrees. It's highest within all measured proteins. I'm speaking about plant proteins. And oat protein is demonstrate low solubility. It is typically not soluble at neutral pH. And we can see what in highly alkali conditions it dissolves very well. Also, we could increase some solubility using proteases, or heating, it reduces solubility. Solubility is, from my point of view, other researchers' view, is the most important functional property of proteins when we speak about it. And the emulsification of oat protein, it's close to soy protein isolates, and it's quite weak at the neutral pH. And surface hydrophobicity for alkaline isolates ranges about 250. It's some dimensions of hydrophobicity, while soy and wheat gluten has only about 95. 75. And also we can speak about what denudation could increase emulsification. Water hydration capacity, it's a little bit lower than soy isolate, but close to wheat gluten. Foaming properties, oat protein demonstrate quite good foamability for oat protein, and it's quite equal. I would say a little bit higher than wheat gluten or soy protein. But all these extraction methods also have limitations, especially speaking about wet extraction, and because it alters protein properties. and harsh alkali acid treatment leads to chemical changes in protein. Nobody speaks about that, but we have to understand that. Because formation of cross-linked amino acids, it reduces and decreases product quality and nutritional value. Also, we could observe some racemization of L amino acid into D isomers. And only few technologies are now established and to get and to investigate our protein. There is little possibility to do that right now. So what we want to conclude is that oat protein is a valuable source of protein, and enzymatic protein extraction method might be a future trend in oat protein extraction technique. And we also expect that high plant protein demand might stimulate development of food protein isolation technologies. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Doris. Very interesting presentation. So please, do anybody have any questions? I have a question.
Okay.
You already mentioned in conclusions that enzymatic extraction would be the preferable one, and which I understood as well. So what would you think? What are the challenges in the enzymatic extraction? What
There could be regarding, because oat is not typical crop. It contains a huge amount of non-starch polysaccharides. That means that we have to remove this one first, and because this non-starch polysaccharides, they bind protein, do not release into the media of let's say of the media of slurry during the wet extraction method. So we have to consider this fact. Also, oats contain some type of proteases which could be also be, let's say, damaging protein, because to make it smaller and it's difficult to catch during extraction technologies. So there are some obstacles we should care about.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Darius, again, for very interesting
Okay, thank you.
Presentation. So our next presenter is Lena Jansson, that would be me, with a presentation of characterization of physical and chemical composition of unconcentrated fermented cabbage juice. So hello again. And I'm gonna present you today my findings on characterization of physical and chemical composition of concentrated fermented cabbage juice. So sustainable and so the fermentation process in fermented cabbage, we know it as sauerkraut. We know that it's very useful and brings beneficial effects to our body. Yet in the production process of fermented cabbage, there's fermented cabbage juice left over as a byproduct. Still, it's very rich in bioactive compounds and still very valuable. So there are many studies on fermented cabbage itself, but there are little or few studies on composition on fermented cabbage juice or brine. And so investigation of potential use of this valuable product can bring innovative and sustainable solution in the production process. Well, generally, juices are concentrated in order to reduce transport and storage and packaging costs, as well as prolonging shelf life by reducing water activity. Mostly worldwide, apple or orange and some fruit juice mixes are most frequent juices to be concentrated. Though once the juice is concentrated, it's very difficult to reconstitute it, even if the sufficient amount of water is added back. So it's a completely different product after the concentration. And there are quite a few techniques used in how to concentrate juices. But our topic today is evaporation, and the evaporation processes and techniques also vary very differently, like multifactor, kettle, vacuum pan evaporators, and rising film, falling film evaporators. In our study, we used a falling film evaporator since it's suitable for heat sensitive products and has a short residence time and high heat transfer coefficients. So the aim of this study was to evaluate chemical and physical properties of concentrated fermented cabbage juice. We did analysis straight after the evaporation process. And then we did the analysis after 6 months of storage in the refrigerator to examine the stability of compounds. So the experimental work was carried out in Latvia University of Life Sciences Technologies in the Faculty of Food Technology. And some analyses were done in collaboration with a laboratory group of J.C. Hamilton. We did use the harvest of year 2019. The cabbages were fermented using traditional technology. And the average ratio of the initial cabbage amount and the juice that is left over as a byproduct is 3:1. So it's almost 30% of this fermented cabbage juice is left as byproduct. So we started off with the fermented cabbage juice with the initial soluble solids of 9. And we did do the evaporation on falling film evaporator in Smilta Nepeans, with the temperatures adjusted in pilot experiments prior this one in rotary evaporator, where we reached the 34 bricks of soluble solids. After the evaporation, we cooled down the juice and filled it in 10-liter plastic bags. We kept some of the concentrate for our analysis, and then we gave the rest of it for experiments to meat and bread production, as well as chef cooks in some fine dining restaurants, for them to experiment and to see what they can do with this unique product. So like I mentioned, we did the physical and chemical and microbiological analysis. And our results are, well, here you can see the light picture is the initial, just the fermented cabbage juice. And the two darker ones are concentrated fermented cabbage juice. And we are talking about the darker one today that we did on falling film evaporator. So the nutritional value of concentrated fermented cabbage juice is energy value is 75 kilocalories per 100 grams, which is not much at all. Carbohydrates, 13 grams, including glucose and fructose, which are most abundant in the fresh cabbage, as that is very necessary. Usually the varieties for fermentation are used that have glucose and fructose in a rather abundant amount. Some dietary fiber or some protein, not so much of fat, rather big amount of ash content, as well as salt 6.33%, which is considered as rather high according to World Health Organization. But this means that in food applications, salt can be substituted with this juice concentrate. Like I mentioned before, the ash content is rather high in this concentrate, which means that this juice and the evaporated juice is rather rich in minerals, and they are magnesium, copper, potassium, calcium, iron. Potassium being most abundant here as well, which is good because potassium is needed in our body for our cell activity. And since it is very well known that green leafy vegetables are very absorbent or accumulating nitrates, so the physical parameters, the pH, the soluble solids and moisture were not largely affected by the storage. Some differences there is noticed, which could be explained by vogue evaporation during these 6 months of storage in a refrigerator. As to total phenol content, there is not big differences, though literature says that in juice concentrates, the total phenol content may go up and down, up and down. It can drop after 2 or 6 weeks of storage, and then it can rise again back to its initial weight amount. We have not searched deeper into what compounds there were that were maybe making these fluctuations. But yeah, in a total amount before storage and after storage, we don't see big differences, which is quite the opposite with the anti-radical activity by DPPH and ascorbic acid, which we can link together. Since the ascorbic acid is very vulnerable and decreases very dramatically during storage, that can be linked with also with the anti-radical activity by DPPH. Whereas the anti-radical activity by ABTS, we can see there's not really, storage does not really influence it very dramatically. As to lactic acid bacteria that we are really eager to find in our concentrates or in our products that we are working on from the fermented cabbage juice, we were happy to find that really falling film evaporation did not damage lactic acid bacteria initially. Right after evaporation, it had quite a good amount, though it did not still reach the amount of in order to be called as probiotic product. Though after 6 months of storage, it did drop quite a lot, quite the opposite with the total plane count that actually increased quite significantly. Which means that this concentration method does not really ensure microbiological stability of this concentrated fermented cabbage juice. So the juice itself, to characterize it a little bit, you might wonder what it tastes like. It actually has a quite amazing taste and has these umami attributes that that means that it has the salty, the sweet, the sour taste all in one. And like I mentioned before, we have these experiments in food production companies, and we have very good feedback from meat industry, because these umami attributes, the saltiness, sweetness, and sourness, actually tenderizes the meat and makes it very juicy and tasty. So yeah, this was quite amazing. And the restaurant chef cooks also say that they would see the product in future in their kitchens. So to conclude, the concentration of the juice using evaporation process preserves biologically active compounds like phenols and anti-radical activity. The nitrate content is considered as low, which is good. The fermented juices and concentrates are a good source of lactic acid bacteria, but evaporation process does not inhibit microbiological activity. And concentrated fermented cabbage juice is a source of minerals and polyphenol compounds, and as well, due to a high salt content, can be applied as salt substitute in food applications. So thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
I have a question.
Yes.
Have you tried to dry this juice, not only to concentrate?
Yes.
It would keep you to bright color and to keep and not
Yes.
to reduce lactic acid bacteria.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. We actually are working on drying dehydrated fermented cabbage juice as well. That was very challenging since it's rich with organic acids and sugars. So we had to find the wall material, the carrier. We are drying it on vertical spray drying. And now we actually have come to dehydrated fermented cabbage juice with the starch liquid and with the starch liquid adding maltodextrin. And we are testing it as well. And it actually does, the lactic acid bacteria does survive in some amounts, but still not.
Have you tried to use a freeze dryer?
We have tried that as well. That was a big fiasco. So we are not searching into that field anymore. Because it dries, but then once you take it out from the freeze dryer, it instantly catches all the moisture. Yeah. So it's, you know.
So some carriers should be added.
Some, yeah, but we are working rather on this spray drying dehydration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Lene. I have also some questions, and one of them is concerning the lactic acid bacteria concentration. Actually, you have very low lactic acid bacteria concentration. If you pay attention on the numbers for colony forming units, I cannot accept your conclusion that it's a good source of lactic acid bacteria. If we talk that the product is a quite good source of bacteria, how do you think about the concentration, which would be benefit for consumer?
Well, I must say that searching into as when should product be called as probiotic product,
yeah,
the lactic acid bacteria amount should be the times 5 to 7. We
no,
had
no. Lene, let's start with the 7 and up to 5. It's close to your result. It's your interpretation. But actually, I have only one suggestion. You have very high concentration of salt. Yeah, and it means that salt protect your product from different microbiological reactions, but also the amount of salt influences the viability of lactic acid bacteria. Do you have some ideas how to remove salt? Because this direction would be quite interesting if we talk about the nutricells from your product.
We have not really thought of removing salt since, yeah.
But I guess that you will think about it, because it would be very interesting. But thanks for your results, but if you would like to increase lactic acid bacteria concentration, starting with a therapeutical doses, it would be one of big challenges in your case. But thank you very much, very clear. Thanks for your answers. Yeah.
Thank you for your advice. So if we have no further questions, we will continue with Līga Marcinkoniene from Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies with the presentation of seasonal impact on goat milk quality in Latvian goat breeds.
So hello everyone, I am Līga Marcinkoniene and I am a PhD student in Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies in Faculty of Food Technologies, and my supervisor is Inga Ciprovica. This time our topic is seasonal impact on Latvian goat breeds and milk quality. And let's start with the milk. And so milk and milk products have a major role in human nutrition throughout the life. And in Latvia, dairy goat sector is becoming more perspective. Therefore, it is necessary to study goat milk quality in different seasons in connection with breeds. And in dairy goat farms are different breeds, but all farms are using grazing diet. So that's why it's going to be important for all farms in Latvia. So it is different milk components and changing during the milking season. So therefore, it is important. Mostly goat milk is used for cheese production, where the milk quality has a high impact. And very many farms in Latvia are small, but almost all of them are producing cheese. So that's why everyone is like trying to know when the milk quality is the best. And the aim of this study was to analyze seasonal impact on Latvian goat breed milk quality. And here is some information from Agricultural Data Center, Republic of Latvia. There are, you can see the average productivity in different Latvian goat breeds in standard lactation in 2019. As we've seen, then Latvian native goat has the highest fat content, and the Zanen goat has the highest milk yield. And this we can also find in the many research works that the Zanen goat has the highest milk yield. And interesting is that the highest protein content and the lowest somatic cell count is for milking crossed breeds, which is very important fact for cheese producing. And the study was carried out from March 2019 till the end of October 2019. Now, in one of the largest goat farms in Latvia, and samples were collected in different seasons. In total, there were 141 individual samples and 10 raw milk samples were analyzed. The samples were tested for milk composition and fat to protein ratio was calculated. Fat, protein, lactose, solid non-fat, dry matter concentration, and freezing point were measured by infrared spectroscopy. And animals were from 2nd to 7th lactation. And the breeds were Latvian native, Zanen, and milking crosses. And here is for we tested all the goats in the seasons, and the seasons were early spring, early summer, late summer, and autumn. So in Latvia, most goats during the winter time are not milking. So we had these seasons. And interesting is that in early spring, we found that the fat content and fat to protein ratio was very low, but in late summer, it was the higher. So, and it could be that after the winter, before the grazing time, then the goats don't have the best feeding system. And the higher protein content were in autumn, and one of the reasons could be that it is the end of the lactation when the protein is quite high. And when we look to the results of bulk milk composition, then the best results could be in early summer, and because all the components were in good boundaries, and it could be that it is the best time for the grazings, and the grass is with the highest value. So, and that could be that the goats are, like say, all of the goats are outside and they get the best from the grass. And also in Latvia, some scientists in 2016 have studied the impact of breed and found out that it is very, the results of milk quality is varying within the breeds. And here also we will see how it's happening in our case. And for Saanen breed, we had the highest fat content in late summer, and also their dry matter and fat protein ratio was very good. We can see also that in early spring, again, it is low. And the lactose content was the highest in the early spring, and it was decreasing with every season. And here also is that the protein content is very high, especially in autumn. For Latvian native goats, in Latvia it's quite popular to have for the breed is quite popular, and one of the reasons is that these goats are used to our climate. They are not so how to say, they are the immunity of these goats are very good also in winter time when it's really cold, and also in summertime when it is hot. So maybe these goats are like, they don't have the highest milk yield, but anyway, these are very popular in Latvia. And here we can see that for Latvian native goats, the late summer was also a very good time when we can see that the milk was in the good values. And here is about the results about milking process. I also would like to mention that in this farm, the milking process were quite close to, the bloodness were quite close to Anglo-Nubian goats. And therefore, I think, therefore, the protein content is the highest for all the groups. And this is a good result, of course, for cheese production. And for milking crosses, also the lactose content and freezing point was decreasing with every season. But again, in late summer, the fat content and fat protein ratio was the best in late summer. So it was for all the groups, the fat and protein ratio was good in late summertime. So we can think that it was the best feeding system, and we should carry on to be like almost all the time like that. And about yeah, and we also know that many scientists are searching and are studying about the seasonal impact, and here one of the latest is in Norway, when also they're saying that the dietary treatment is very important for milk quality, and the season can impact the milk quality, also coagulation properties, and cheese outcomes. And to conclude, then the lowest fat content and the fat to protein ratio was were in early spring, milk that could be explained with the feed used for animals feeding, and the highest fat content in goat milk was established in autumn. And more notable chemical compositions and quality results were in late summer for Latvian native breed, and season and breed have a high impact on milk composition and quality. And of course, more detailed study requires to clearly understand the seasonal variation and impact on breed and goat milk quality. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Liga. Very interesting presentation. Do you have any questions? I have a question. Do you keep the breed Sannen as well, or you have all these breeds that you mentioned?
Yeah. These all breeds were in our farm. So we also saw that these breeds are mostly popular in Latvia. So therefore, we had some other breeds, but really a small amount. But we choose these three breeds, which are the most and also the most popular in Latvia.
And I have another question.
Thank you for your question.
For cheese making, okay. you mix all the milks together, right? Have you tried making cheese from each of the breed you have? Are there any differences in cheese taste?
I don't know about the cheese taste yet, but in our further studies, we are making some experiments with individual goat milk and trying to rennet milk, and the results are different for breeds. But it's still going on, this our study, and so we will see further to conclude the results. But I think also the taste could be different. But in this farm, we don't have the opportunity like divide. We have the milking system all together, so it's. But I think it will be a nice challenge. Thank you.
Liga. I have also one question. You said that the taste of the cheese would be different if you have different goats breed. Really?
Yes, I think so. Because
if you have the same feed, you know that the feed is generally very important if we talk about the
yes,
milk.
Of course.
And
the feed is very important.
And the main compounds which influence milk taste, it's a fat and fatty acid. Do you think that the fatty acid profile would differ?
Yeah, I think so. Because the breed, yes, I think so.
Means that you need to substantiate with your results. Okay, I'm still waiting for these results.
Yes, because I think every breed is selected differently. And if we see that the milk composition is different, and I think it could be different. Yes, I think it should, of course, but so it's for further experiments.
Yeah. But of course, you will pay attention that one thing it's a quantitative parameters and the second thing is a qualitative parameters. Yeah, if we talk about the amount, and from the another side we talk about fatty acid composition, it's not the same thing. Yeah, maybe in that case we will find some circumstances, but actually if you have the same feeding, the same I don't know this word in English, this all agricultural techniques organization, condition in your farm, I guess that the taste of the milk would be very similar. I cannot say them equal,
Yes.
but okay. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lega, for your presentation and good luck in your further studies.
Thank you.
As the next presenter, I would like to invite Ilse Bernate from Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies.
My name is Ilse Bernate. I study in Latvia University of Life Science and Technologies, Faculty of Food Technology. The topic of the research is focused on germinated wheat grains, broccoli, alfalfa, radish and hemp seeds, microbiological safety. The aim of this study was to determine the presence of pathogenic microorganisms, Shiga toxins producing Escherichia coli, Stets, Salmonella CPP, and potentially pathogenic bacteria in germinated grains and seeds intended for industrial food production and ready for use without further processing. Sprouts means the product obtained from the germination of seeds and their development in water or another environment, harvested before the development of true leaves and which is intended to be eaten whole, including the seeds. For a long time, germinated seeds have been used in food as a healthy product with high nutritional value and also as a decor for exquisite dishes today. However, there have been many serious outbreaks of disease in Europe, United States and other parts of the world associated with pathogenic microbial contamination of sprouts. These outbreaks pose content challenge to the entire sprouts industries. The simple process of sprouts production, warm and humid germination conditions are ideal for the growth of microorganisms. This raises food safety concern not only about food production methods, but also about how food is processed, stored, sold, and consumed. In germinated seeds, contamination with microorganisms can come from the environment. One of the most important risk factors is related to the effect of agriculture practice on seed production and storage. Contaminated irrigation water, manure, the presence of animal and rodents, worker hygiene, and the sprouts production process. A total of 1 grain types and 4 types of seeds and sprouts were evaluated: broccoli, hemp, alfalfa, radish seeds, and wheat grains. The seeds were washed, soaked in water in a ratio of 2:1, water to seeds for 20 hours, and then soaked seeds were germinated at a temperature of 22 degrees Celsius for 72 hours. Before germination, the seeds were washed in drinking water until the used water was visually clear. After 3 days of germination, the sprouts were rinsed with drinking water and packaged in closed polypropylene containers. Packaged sprouts were stored in a cold chamber at 3 degrees Celsius in the dark for 8 days. The samples were processed according to the methods set by the International Organization for Standardization. Microbiologically, the presence of Escherichia coli was evaluated by enrichment of inoculation of TBX and EMB, agars, and colony characterization with moldy tough. The target pathogenic bacteria Escherichia coli, Salmonella and Stets were not found in any samples, but Enterobacteriaceae CPP was found in both seeds and sprouted seeds. In sprouts was found in average from 6 to 7.5 log during storage. Among the bacteria detected with moldy tough, the majority were environmental bacteria characteristic to soil, water, and plants, including coliform bacteria. Enterococcus faecium was found in dry seeds, Enterobacter clase in soaked seeds and sprouted seeds, in one case in soaked wheat grains, Klebsiella. The study showed that no pathogenic bacteria, Escherichia Stets Salmonella, were detected in all types of seeds and sprouts, but relatively pathogenic Enterobacteria CPP. Bacteria were detected in all samples. The highest microbiological contamination was observed in germinated seeds after 3 days of germination and during the next 5 days of storage in the range of 10/7 to 10/8 grade colony forming units per gram, and no increases in microbiological contamination was observed in the following days of storage. The lowest Enterobacteriaceae count of less than 10 colony forming units per gram was observed in dry seeds and soaked seeds, increased from 10/1 to 10/3 grade colony forming units per gram. Among the bacteria of the species Enterobacteriaceae, Chronobacter sakazaki, Klebsiella variocola, Enterobacter clase, Klebsiella oxytoca, Enterococcus faecium, Leliotia anigena, and Pantoea callida. Were identified, indicating that these products might be dangerous, especially for children and people with low immunity. In view of the results obtained, additional studies on microbiological contamination during sprout storage are currently being storage out. I would be very grateful if I could answer on your question by email. If you have any questions, then feel free to send them to my emails. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ilse, for interesting presentation. And so please follow Ilse's advice. And if you have any questions, feel free to email Ilse. So our next presenter, Evalds Raits from Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies. And the presentation is thermal inactivation of thermophilic thermoanaerobacterium, thermosaccharoliticum, and Geobacillus stereothermophilus in canned food. Please, Evalds, the floor is yours.
So, good day, dear listeners. My name is Evalds Raits. I represent Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technology, Faculty of Food Technology, as third course PhD student, and Kronis Food Producing Company as Research and Development Project Manager. Today, I'm going to present results of our study titled Theoretical and Experimental Investigation of the Thermal Inactivation of Thermoanaerobacterium thermosaccharoliticum and Geobacillus stereothermophilus in different canned food matrices. In the canning industry, thermal preservation processes are designed based on the pH of the product, which can be categorized as acid foods and low acid canned foods, with pH of 4.6 as a threshold. Such pH threshold was chosen mainly because of the Clostridium botulinum bacterium ability to produce pathogenic botulinum toxin at pH above 4.6, which is considered as one of the most dangerous toxins for human health. Since bacterium is anaerobic and mesophilic, canned foods with long shelf life could present a good ambience for bacterium development. The success criteria for sterilization process is achieved sterilization effect of FO value of not less than 2.8 minutes to achieve 12D process. So what does that mean? The D value is the time required for one logarithm reduction of a microorganism at some reference temperature. Therefore, 12D process is a process that is able to destroy 12 theoretically existent logarithms of a bacterium. For example, the D value of Clostridium botulinum is around 0.3 minutes at 121 degrees Celsius. Consequently, 12D process is a 0.3 multiplied with 12, which is 2.8 minutes, which was previously mentioned as necessary FO value. So, since Clostridium botulinum is the most heat-resistant pathogen and the product is virtually safe for consumption when it was sterilized until FO value of 2.8 minutes, some microorganisms that cause spoilage of the canned food may withstand the time temperature regime. Various researchers have analyzed the most popular causes of spoilage of the canned food in France and in the US, and their results were similar. Bacillus smithii, Bacillus licheniformis, Geobacillus stereothermophilus, Thermoanaerobacterium thermosaccharoliticum, Morella thermoacetica, and Bacillus coagulans were found to be the most often cause of spoilage of canned foods. Also, 4 of them that are underlined were found previously in some products of the food producer company called Kronis that I mentioned before. After studying some literature, it appeared that D values and associated reference temperatures of Geobacillus stereothermophilus and Thermoanaerobacterium thermosaccharoliticum vary in literature widely. It also appears that these bacterium FO values necessary to perform 12D processes are 60 and 48 minutes, which is very difficult to be achieved at the canning facility. and that is the background of the study. So the aim was to compare effectiveness of thermal processing of FO value of 8 minutes while analyzing the inactivation, viability, and recovery of selected thermophilic bacteria. So we have chosen 4 different commercial products with different pH and heat transfer type. 2 products, tomato soup and mushroom soup, were more of a convection type liquids, which while pea porridge and rasolnik soup were thick products, almost with no liquid in it and conduction heat transfer behavior. These products were inoculated with previously mentioned Thermonobacterium thermosaccharidium and Geobacillus thermophilus spores. Some samples were stored at these bacteria optimal growth conditions for 48 and 72 hours at 55 degrees to analyze bacteria behavior in chosen products. Other part of the samples were processed until a FO value of 8 minutes. Afterwards, we have performed viable cell plate count and stored samples for 2 weeks at 55 degrees to allow damaged, possibly survived spores to regenerate. The Geobacillus thermophilus did not grow in a tomato soup and rasolnik soup at all, which complies with reported minimum pH for some strains of Stearothermophilus, while growth in mushroom soup and pea porridge was obvious. Important to note that pea porridge with pH of 5.8 showed better growth in both cases. Thermosaccharidium was not found to grow in acidified foods at pH 4.4 and 4.5 at all, which, while some researchers have reported minimal pH for development of these bacteria as 4.1 for some particular species. FO values achieved during the sterilization process were calculated based on time temperature data gathered during the sterilization process. During the first part of the experiment, achieved FO values ranged from 7.1 to 8.2 minutes, which could destroy at least 1.4 to 1.6 logarithms of Geobacillus thermophilus if we are assuming that this bacteria D value is 5 minutes, as it is stated in literature as the largest value. Therefore, 2.3 to 2.5 logarithms of bacteria should be observable in viable cell count right after the sterilization process. Since Thermoanerobacterium initial spore count in inoculant was lower and its D value is also lower, theoretical count in the product should be observable of 0.1 to 0.3 logarithms. But in practical results were different a lot for both cases. Basically, right after the processing, no viable cells of both bacteria were observable in the products. Interestingly, that after 2 weeks at 55 degrees, Geobacillus thermophilus was found in the pea porridge, which have pH of 5.8. So this contradiction in theoretical and the empirical data could be explained in 2 ways. The D values of the same strains used in this study were lower than those described earlier. According to the literature, variability in D values between various strains can vary significantly within the species. Moreover, various investigators have observed correlations between spore heat resistance, medium pH, and sporulation conditions, which are temperature and pH. For example, the value of Clostridium sporogenes at pH 5 is 7 minutes, but at pH 6.5, the value gradually increases to 15 minutes, which is more than twice. In the case of Geobacillus terathermophilus, our assumption is that damaged but not destroyed spores of the bacteria were not able to recover Geobacillus terathermophilus damaged but not destroyed spores of the bacteria were not able to recover due to low pH in tomato and rasonic soup, and due to minimal pH value for Geobacillus terathermophilus growth conditions in mushroom soup, which were boundary. In pea porridge, damaged Geobacillus spores recovered slowly, which was observed after 2 weeks of incubations at optimal conditions. While designing the sterilization process based on the heat destruction characteristics of the target microorganisms, the retention pH, the closer the product pH to the optimum pH required for the growth of the target organism, the larger should be the FO set point. The FO value of 8 minutes is sufficiently high for products of pH around 5, but should be increased for products with higher pH if the product is to be subjected to tropical conditions. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you, Ewald. So, anybody, any questions? I have a question then. So, so the challenging part, as I understood, is the mushroom soup and the pea porridge. How did you overcome? What regimes did you justify the pH, the temperature, or the time that you would sterilize the product, or what regimes were most challenging for you to justify to get the sufficient product?
Well, first of all, the most challenging product is pea porridge with pH of 5.8. In our particular case, to be honest, the best idea is not to offer this product in in countries that are in tropics. So these studied spores cannot grow under the mesophilic conditions, which are the usual ambient temperature, room temperature, but they are able to grow only in thermophilic conditions, which are I don't really remember, above 40 degrees. So if we are assuming that the product should be trade in the countries that are in the tropical countries, in the tropical countries, it's much better to lower the pH of the product or not to sell it at all. Well, that's my opinion, actually.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ewald. For any other questions? And thank you, Ewald, for really interesting presentation. And good luck in your further studies. As the next presenter, I would like to invite Santa Pūte from Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies with a presentation of pre-treatment effect on physical, chemical, and microbial parameters of smoked Baltic sprouts. Please, Santa.
Hello once more, and my name is Santa Pūte, and today I will tell you about my research. It is about pretreatment effect on physical and microbiological parameters of smoked Baltic sprouts. During season, fish quality changed, and it is important to ensure stable quality during season all year round. It is possible to ensure this stability using pretreatment method, but using pretreatment effect, it has influence on other parameters like physical and microbiological. Smoking is one of the oldest preservation methods. Besides thermal effect and moisture loss, phenol compounds present in smoke work as antioxidants. Sprats typically used in canning because it has short shelf life. It is hard to ensure longer shelf life because fish spoilage starts soon after catch of fish, and it is necessary to cool it immediately after catch. Pretreatment methods can inhibit bacterial growth and improve sensory parameters. The aim of the study was to analyze the effect of pretreatment on smoked fish quality parameters and microbiological parameters during smoked fish storage. As materials were used fish, fresh Baltic Sea sprats, catch in the March this year. The freshness category was A and first size category. As pretreatment materials were used acetic acid, salt, and granulated calcium chloride. Fish samples were pretreated in brine for 30 minutes, and it is necessary to ensure the temperature below 4 degrees. And smoked fish without pretreatment was used as a control sample. For methods I use for physical parameters after 1 day of smoking to check water activity, pH, moisture, salt, texture, and color. But microbiological parameters were used at the standard methods and used to test after first day of smoking, after 1 week, and after second week of storage. And also there were tested some pathogens, and all that data were analyzed using ANOVA and they test using eSLED software. And about my results. Fresh fish pH is about 7, but after smoking, it typically decreases. Pretreatment has influence on pH depending on brine composition, especially salt content. Using pretreatment, pH was reduced, but sodium chloride amount increased, and it improved other physical and microbiological parameters. The highest pH was for control sample, 6.6, and in smoking fish after pretreatment, it decreased till 5.6 when used a combination of acid and calcium chloride. The highest salt content, 0.9, has the lowest water activity, and it has influence on microbiological growth. Typically, water activity for fresh fish is close to 1, but using smoking, it of course decreased a little bit. Smoked fish color depends not only on pH, but also on smoking technology. The study demonstrated the treatment influenced smoked fish color. The color component L value shows the lightness or darkness of the samples. The darkest sprats were obtained when combination of 2 salts was used. But the samples treated with the salt combination with acid had lighter color. Salt and acid has effect on proteins, and it makes structural protein change because it starts diffusion process. The pretreatment is possible to improve textural properties, work of shear, cutting strength. The best improvement is possible to use sodium chloride with calcium chloride. It makes stronger ionic strength and change in fish texture and water holding capacity because brine penetrates in fish flesh. Second, I analyzed microbiological parameters. Typically, as I told, the fish contain a lot of microorganisms. And during storage, some of them start to grow, but some are inactivated. And using treatment method, it's possible to stop or allow to grow some of them. The main parameters affecting microbiological growth are moisture, salt, pH values, which are physical parameters. because they indicate which bacteria will grow or not. Pretreatment inhibits and improves microbiological parameters during storage because microbiological factors are the main which has influence on second physical parameters. Molds are not allowed in smoked fish, and using pretreatment we can see the pretreatment method has influence on molds growth because only control samples after second week the molds start grow. Pseudomonas grow in cool conditions, but these are also not allowed for smoked fish during storage. And only control samples, it starts growing very fast after first stage of storage week. Total plate count shows that using pretreatment allows to improve microbiological quality. Even after 2 weeks of storage, this value did not exceed limit using sodium or calcium chloride. And my conclusions about this research is that pretreatment methods have significant positive influence on physical and microbiological parameters. It is possible to improve texture and color of the fresh smoked sprats. Using pretreatment in some methods have higher salt amount and lower moisture content and pK, and this need to if you proceed the fish, it is important to add or not add salt. The pretreatment also ensures longer shelf life of smoked sprats, reducing the growth of total plate count, molds, and yeast. The pretreatment in brine containing combination of sodium chloride and calcium chloride improve textural and some microbiological parameters. Thank you.
Thank you, Santa. Please, questions for Santa? I'll have a question then. It might not address exactly your study, but do you know some years ago we had this benzopyrene trouble going on? Do you know what the benzopyrene amount is nowadays in sprots that we can buy in shops? Do you have it?
How much in the smoked fish are allowed, or if you buy in the shop, how much it will be?
Yes, how much it will be.
No, it depends on which producing company you buy at the beginning, because they maybe use different wood chips and cleaning effectivity of the smoking chamber. It also have influence. But if I would like to tell, typically it is below 5 micrograms per kilograms. And if I would like to tell, our company smoked sprats are very, very low benzopyrene value, because it is one of the important parameters which we each year control a lot of.
Okay.
But if you buy in the shop, I would like to tell you need to look the lightest sprats, because if the sprats will be darker, the benzopyrene value will go up.
All right. Well, thank you very much for explanation. Are there any other questions for Santa? Thank you, Santa, for your presentation.
You're welcome.
And I would like to invite our next presenter, Iveta Rutka, from Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies, and with a review of bee drone brood homogenate chemical composition and application. Please, Iveta, welcome.
Hello. Honey and other bee products have been known for a very long time. Bee drone brood homogenate is produced from drone larvae as a byproduct of beekeeping. Warm mite is a global problem for beekeepers around the world, as it can lead to death of bee colony. The development cycle of bee drone brood homogenate is longer than the development of working bees. Therefore, warm mites developed in drone brood cells. That's why beekeepers on organic frames remove bee drone larvae from the hive to combat the spread of warm mites. If drone development is not restricted, bee drones eat a significant amount of honey from the hive and cause losses of honey to beekeepers. Drone brood homogenate is one of bee products also known as Sapel Arnel, discovered by Romanian beekeeper Mr. Nicolae Ilesiu. Drone brood homogenate is milky product with a sour taste, color is yellowish, sometimes shade of gray, and the product is made of homogenized bee drone larvae. Drones, the male of the colony, are produced from unfertilized eggs. The development period of drone is 24 days. Bees have different stages of development. From days 1 to 3, there is an egg. From day 4 to 14, there is the pupa. There is the larva. From days 15 to day 23, the pupa, and on day 24, an imago is formed from the pupa. And on day 10, the working bees kept the larval cells of the drones. Bee drone larvae harvesting should be planned at a certain stage in the life cycle. Bees feed drone larvae with royal jelly, but the drone brood homogenate is made from drone larvae, so the component of these two beekeeping products is similar. Rapid larval deterioration may begin after homogenation. This drone brood homogenate requires immediately processing under strict hygiene requirements. And I think one of the problems is the pH, which is higher than in royal jelly. Drone brood homogenate was defined as a perspective alternative protein sources if appropriate production, collection, and processing is organized. Various non-traditional sources of protein, such as insects and larvae, could in the future supplement traditional sources of meat protein. In other studies have shown that the protein content of bee drone larvae is higher than that on pork and rather similar to that of beef. 3 major sugars were identified in drone brood homogenate is glucose, maltose, trehalose, but in royal jelly, glucose, fructose, and sucrose. Maltose and trehalose is lower in royal jelly than drone brood homogenate, but turanose and isomaltose is not found in royal jelly, but is in drone brood homogenate. The sugar content vary depending on the stage of larval development. The sugar content is the highest in the youngest larvae. Bee drone larvae contain much higher concentration of prohormones than royal jelly. In the US patent, it's mentioned that drone prepupae with yellowing islets graduated hormone concentration within certain limits as shown in table. Fresh drone brood homogenate contains higher concentration of hormones than royal jelly. Estimation amino acids are involved in the biochemical process of protein synthesis. Amino acids deficiency impairs immune function and increases the susceptibility to disease. The concentration of amino acids in drone larvae is higher than in worker larvae, Drone larvae contain 8 of 9 essential amino acids. Drone brood homogenates rich source of water-soluble B vitamins. There are also various important minerals. And the content of selenium in drone brood homogenate depends on the geographic location, as selenium entails the product from the soil. Due to chemical composition of bee drone larvae homogenate, the product is widely used in veterinary medicine, but few studies on the effects of human health have been found. And drone brood homogenate is also discussed in the apitherapy. Scientific studies prove the therapeutic properties of drone brood homogenates to improve fertility and strengthen immunity against viral disease. Drone larvae should be harvested together with the combs. Both open and capped larvae will stay alive at room temperature for a few hours. After removal from hive, and the larvae should be refrigerated immediately after cutting out from the combs. Freezing, drying, boiling, or a collection of larvae to avoid any spoilage. Insects protein decay much faster than those of beef, pork, lamb, or chicken. And rapid larval deterioration might begin after homogenation. Those drone bee homogenate requires military processing under strict hygiene requirements. The commonly used stabilization technologies are freezing, lyophilization, mixing with honey or sugars, and adding ethanol. Sugars helps to prevent or slow down the growth of bacteria, molds, and yeasts. Drone brood homogenate is considered to be a very high value byproduct of beekeeping, which can bring additional income to beekeepers if it's properly processed. Geographic location, climate, species, and stage of development accent both the composition of the royal jelly and the larvae. Bees feed drone larvae with royal jelly, but drone brood homogenate is made from drone larvae, so the composition of these two beekeeping products is similar, but drone brood homogenate is elevated levels of prohormones. In order to obtain the highest hormone concentration for drone brood homogenate, the collection of drone larvae should be performed on days 10 to 14 of the development stage. Scientific studies show that the use of drone brood homogenate has health benefits. And drone brood homogenate is rich in nutrients, amino acids, vitamins, minerals, and hormones, but certain harvesting and processing technologies is required to ensure that the product has sufficient shelf life and an alternative appearance. Thank you.
Thank you, Iveta. Are there any questions for Iveta about the drone brood homogenate? I have. Is there any prototype of bee drone brood homogenate acquired in university or somewhere else?
Not yet. This is my first publication about this drone brood homogenate, and I plan to start in this month. I will start test this product.
So you will go out into the field and collect these?
Yes.
You will?
Yes,
all right.
I will.
That will be very exciting. Are there any other questions for Iveta? I will say thank you, Iveta, for your very interesting topic and presentation.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you everybody else, all the participants, and for attention and for your very valuable and interesting presentations. And I will wish you very good luck and all the catching opportunities in all your further studies. And I will just remind you that certificates signed and scanned, you will receive in emails after the conference. And thank you very much again for attention and being part of this conference. And I would like to welcome our next session, veterinary medicine, with the chairperson, Gundaga Mūrniece. Hello, Gundaga.
Hello, nice to see you.
Welcome to the conference, and I will give you the floor and wish you good luck and interesting presentations.
Thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, participants, organizers, and guests, I am very excited to welcome you to the veterinary medicine session. Today, we have the wonderful opportunity to hear 3 live presentations which will cover a wide range of veterinary disciplines. Topics addressed are going to be soft tissue surgery, where we will hear the outcomes of clinic surgery after using various electrosurgery devices. The second topic will be about infectious diseases and epidemiology, with an emphasis on the prevalence data about feline coronavirus. And the last topic we will hear will be about diagnostics and oncology, where we will hear the latest knowledge and updates about biophotonics in small animal oncology. I want to remind to all speakers that the time limit of the presentations is 10 minutes, which will be followed by 5 minutes of questions and answers. Another reminder is about poster presentations. You are very welcome to look into the conference website, where we have one poster presentation in veterinary medicine session, which is called Summary of Macroscopic Lesions in Dogs with Megaesophagus Polyneuropathy. And of course, all participants will receive the participation certificates via email after the conference. So enjoy the virtual meeting, and I think we can give the virtual floor to the first speaker, which is Linda Gattiņa, with a presentation about impact of various surgical devices on healing process in rabbit spleen. Linda, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, as Gundaga already mentioned, my name is Linda Gattiņa. I'm third-year student at the Latvijas University of Life and Science and Technologies. My scientific advisor is Inga Pigink-Vyačeslavova, Agris Ilgaš, and Maxim Zvolovs. And I'm going to tell you today about impact of various surgical devices on healing process in rabbit spleen. Spleen is an important organ for animals and humans. Spleen is the body's largest blood filter and plays a big role in the immune system. Spleen is also one of the most commonly injured organ, and the complications after this is hemorrhage and excessive bleeding. And usually splenectomy in these cases are performed. However, there are medical complications of splenectomy, and loss of the spleen function must be taken in consideration. The first surgical approach in spleen surgery, if we're trying to save the spleen, is using various electrosurgical devices. But there is a lack of information about their effect on the spleen tissue. That's why the aim of this research was to study thermal injury of spleen tissue and the healing process after using various surgical devices. The main task of this research was to evaluate tissue injury and healing process of spleen in cysts wound caused by various surgical devices, detect the thermal effects of the tissue from various surgical devices, evaluate the connection between thermal effects of the surgical devices and tissue injury healing. The research was held at Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. A permit from Food Veterinary Service was obtained, and 75 rabbits was taken in this experiment. They formed 5 experimental groups: laser, electrocoagulator, tissue wheeling device, radio frequency device, and scalpel. During surgery, one incision was made in spleen by one of the cutting methods, and thermography was performed. Sampling, we took 3 samples right after the surgery, day 7 after the surgery, and day 14. Altogether, 72 biopsy samples was collected. Morphological measurements and thermography was performed using specific programs, and statistical analysis was done using Spearman's correlation test and Mann-Whitney's U test. The results. The first changes in the spleen on day 0, what we evaluated was the different wound edge. Most of the electrosurgical devices left uneven wound edge, except radiofrequency device, which left uneven and turned wound edge based on the working principles of the device. The laser was the only one who left smooth wound edge, but it caused carbonization along it, which we saw as a pigment yellow to black. Laser was also the only one who left the capsule attached to the parenchyma. All the rest of the instruments left capsule completely or incompletely separated. This might be explained because of the physical pressure while cutting the tissue. Further, we looked at the parenchyma and capsule, where we saw cleft formation and separation in all of the samples. Surgical process with heating or with physical pressure leads to cleft formation and tissue separation. Then we looked deeper in the tissue itself. The cells were obscured and disorganized with stretched nucleus and karyolysis and vacuolization. These changes might be caused because of the heat while cutting, and in the scalpel and radiofrequency devices showed no visible necrotic tissues or vacuolizations. These 2 devices do not use excessive heat to achieve the cutting function. On the day 7 and 14, in all of the samples, we saw inflammation and scar tissue formation. In samples where the cut was made with laser and electrocoagulator, we observed pigment which was phagocyted by multinuclear gigantic cells. These pigments could be the remains of the carbonized tissue, and they are irritation for the body. And on the day 14, in wounds made with radiofrequency devices, the scarring was only mild, and the rare inflammatory cells was found. The wounds were almost healed, but wounds made with scalpel had severe granulation forming and signs of bleeding. Now let's look at the electrosurgical devices' thermal effects on the tissue and statistical analysis. Spearman's correlation test showed strong positive linear association between necrosis white and the temperature range of the device, indicating as the temperature increases, necrosis white will also tend to increase. Statistical analysis also showed that the white of spleen necrosis significantly differs between the surgical devices, and the post-hoc analysis revealed that there is a significant difference between a tissue wheeling device and the laser, as well as between laser and electrocoagulator. Spearman's correlation test showed no linear relationship between the white of necrosis and the granulary tissue. This could be explained with the response of irritation of sutures which were put in. The cuts made with the tissue wheeling device and electrocoagulator were not sutured together because of their hand-like cutting, hand-like tool, and laser and radiofrequency sutures wounds were put sutures on. The Man-Whitney test showed that there was no significant difference in granulary tissue with comparing tissue with and without sutures. This can be a time-saving and important aspect to take in consideration. Our results showed that there was no either significant difference in granulary tissue formation in any of the biopsy samples 7 and 14 days after the surgery. There is no significant difference of granulary tissue decrease. Therefore, we can conclude that the length of the experiment should be extended. Despite the spleen's histology, the small amount of collagen in the stroma, our results show the tissue wheeling device, which working principle is based on the denaturation of the collagen, is still suitable to use. At the result of our experiment, we made 3 conclusions. There is no significant difference in granulary tissue width between tissue with and without sutures after incision. Time saved by not putting in ligatures using tissue wheeling device and electrocoagulator should be taken in consideration. Necrosis has strong association with temperature regimens of the surgical devices and significantly differs between various cutting methods. And tissue healing and scar formation occurs equally good in all of the experiment groups on day 7 and 14 after the surgery. Thank you. Maybe some questions?
Thank you, Linda, for your presentation. It was very interesting, and I have a question. How do you think, do these results also apply to other species of animals or even humans? Or
yes.
The species, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Very interesting.
In all of the research that we have looked in, the basic animals which was taken when they are studying these electrosurgical devices were rabbits and mouse, rats.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting, very valuable research you have. Thank you very much. If no one else has not got any questions, so the next presentation will be given by me. So good afternoon, everyone, once more. My name is Gunda Gamurnece, and I'm a PhD student in veterinary medicine from Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies. I am very glad to share the first results of my research with you today. You will get to know the insight of feline coronavirus prevalence in Latvia. This report is going to be about prevalence of feline coronavirus in cats of an animal shelter in Latvia. I will start with some background information about feline coronavirus and about densities of domestic cats in Europe. Then I will introduce the purpose of the study, and next we will go through the materials and methods and the results. And finally, you will hear the conclusions and future research opportunities. So, this presentation focuses on feline coronavirus, which is the most common pathogen identified in the feces of cats and is the causative agent of one of the most researched infectious diseases of cats, feline infectious peritonitis, or FIP. FIP is a viral disease of cats that occurs throughout the world and is almost invariably a fatal disease. Once a cat has been infected with feline coronavirus, there is a potential for FIP to develop, and there is currently no approved treatment for FIP and no effective vaccine against feline coronavirus. But the importance of feline coronavirus is not limited to the cat population only, as cats live in close contact with humans and are the most frequently kept species of companion animals in Europe, with the estimated number of 106 million cats. And coronaviruses are known for their effective cross-species transmission. And I think the graph on the right perfectly shows why cats are my area of concern, as I'm doing my research of cat pet population in Latvia. So we can consider cats being an invasive species with an enormous impact. At the present time, the information on the current burden of feline coronavirus in shelters in Latvia has not been examined. Therefore, the aim of the study was to estimate the prevalence and the potential predisposing factors of feline coronavirus in cats of an animal shelter in Latvia, and to compare the prevalence between the cats in the quarantine area and resident cats in the adoption area. The study included 40 domestic cats originating from an animal shelter in Jelgava, Latvia. Examined cats were kept in the quarantine area for the incoming cats and adoption area designated for the resident cats. They were categorized as juvenile and adults. From each cat, 2 polyester-tipped swabs, oropharyngeal and rectal, and 1 blood sample were collected. All blood serum samples were tested for the presence of specific antibodies to feline coronavirus by an indirect enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay. And all swabs were tested for the presence of viral RNA by the reverse transcriptase polymerase chain reaction. And the figure on the right shows the procedure of the sample collection. According to our study, the overall prevalence of previous or ongoing feline coronavirus infection was 82.5%. And what I mean by the overall prevalence are cats which were positive in at least in one of the samples, either for viral RNA or for the specific antibodies, or both. The fecal shedding of feline coronavirus was 72.5%. In other words, there were 29 out of 40 samples which were positive for feline coronavirus RNA, and seroprevalence was 67.5%. So what I'm saying is that 27 out of 40 cats had antibodies to feline coronavirus. We found no significant correlation between feline coronavirus positivity and the sex of the cats. However, the prevalence of feline coronavirus fecal shedding in young cats was significantly higher than in adult cats. Unfortunately, there was no significant difference between the proportion of cats shedding feline coronavirus within the adoption area and the quarantine area of the shelter. In conclusion, let me sum up my points. So, the prevalence of previous or ongoing feline coronavirus infection in this animal shelter was 82.5%. New prevention strategies should be applied to reduce feline coronavirus infection and to control FIP outbreaks, since the compartmentalization did not decrease the spread of feline coronavirus infection. And young age was predisposing factor for feline coronavirus infection. Future research opportunities. So a follow-up study should be performed to investigate the development of FIP in conjunction with RNA sequencing of feline coronaviruses to identify specific mutations in feline coronavirus genome. And the prevalence of feline coronavirus in shelter cats cannot be extrapolated to the overall cat population in Latvia. So further studies on larger cat population, including different population types, are needed to determine the overall prevalence and epidemiological patterns of feline coronavirus in Latvia. This research was funded by the State Research Program COVID-19 Mitigation Project Multidisciplinary Approach to Monitor, Mitigate, and Contain COVID-19 and Other Future Epidemics in Latvia. Thank you all for listening. Does anyone have any questions or comments? So, thank you very much for listening. And if no one has any questions, so I would like to invite our next speaker, which is Daira Viškare, with a presentation about biophotonics techniques for optical characterization of canine and feline skin and subcutaneous tumors. The virtual floor is yours, Daira. Good luck.
Thank you, Gundaga. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daira Viškare, and today, together with my PhD mentors, Ilze Matīs van Houten and Blaž Cugmas, we have done the research biophotonic techniques for optical characterization of canine and feline skin and subcutaneous tumors. So, in the beginning, I would like to thank that this work has been supported by the Latvian Council of Science and the State Education Development Agency, Republic of Latvia. So the background is that I would like to explain what is biophotonics, because you will hear quite a lot of this term in my presentation. So biophotonics are different optical techniques that analyze light after its interaction with biological systems like tissues and cells. Biophotonic techniques have been studied in human medicine for years, but in veterinary medicine, this has been innovation, and this is our future. So this is an innovative option to diagnose neoplastic processes in the body. This is the non-invasive examination with possibility to obtain results in the short period of time. And it has been used for the real-time examination during tumor excision, for example, detecting clear surgical margins. In veterinary oncology, the most commonly biophotonic techniques which has been used are optical coherence tomography or OCT, Raman spectroscopy, and diffuse reflectance spectroscopy. So the aim of our study is to review the existing literature on biophotonics in small animal oncology. And the second aim was to introduce audience with our preliminary results, which was done by examination of 3 of most common skin and subcutaneous tumors in dogs and cats using optical coherence tomography. So about materials and methods. I am first-year PhD student, so before doing my research, I wanted to get know about the literature and the previous studies which have been done in the veterinary medicine by photonics, and I was focused on veterinary oncology. So I wanted to search literature, and it was done by using different scientific databases like PubMed, ResearchGate, and etc. And to reach the second task, we were using 34 ex vivo canine and feline samples, which were get from the lipomas, mast cell tumors, and soft tissue sarcomas, so three most common skin and subcutaneous tumors in dogs and cats. And these samples were fixed in 10% formalin solution. And after excision, they were sent to the local histopathological service for examination and getting the final diagnose. Afterwards, these samples were transported to the biophotonics laboratory, which is held in the University of Latvia in the Institute of Atomic Physics and Spectroscopy. So they have this OCT device, and we could do the measurements in this laboratory. So we used the same surfaces of cuts, which made the histopathologist, and we did the OCT measurements by using Telesto 2 spectral domain OCT imaging system from the Tor Labs laboratory. And these OCT measurements were done in randomly chosen locations. So it means that we were doing measurements in different places from the tumor tissue. So it could be taken from the middle of the tumor, also from the cortex, maybe some significant necrosis, so in random places. And I would like to mention that we did multiple measurements from each of tissue sample. What I have found in the literature about biophotonics in our veterinary medicine. So there are a variety of different techniques which are used where light is used for studying biological materials. And the principle which is used is that the light is absorbed or scattered. And if you think that biophotonics is something very exclusive, you're not right, because such techniques or devices like a light microscope or oxypulsometer is very often used devices in every veterinary clinic. So biophotonic techniques we have been using for centuries, I would say. A bit of each of these biophotonic techniques. So optical coherence tomography is the most popular optical technique used in veterinary medicine. It detects backscattered weight of lights like signals from different depths, and it analyzes tissues to the size of micrometers, but it's not so sensitive as the light microscope is. And it has been used for the detection of clear surgical margins in different kinds of skin tumors. Raman spectroscopy is based on inelastic scattering phenomenon of light when traveling through the tissues, and scattering depends on the type of the molecules which tends to vibrate. So by Raman, we can reveal information about the different sample chemical composition. So by the Raman spectroscopy, we can analyze and distinguish different chromophores, like we can understand the tissue contain water, lipid, or blood. The next one is hyperspectral imaging. So under this group are multiple of imaging systems, and it uses broad wavelength light to illuminate the tissues. And light can be absorbed, scattered, or directly reflected from the surface. And by this method, we can discriminate is the tissues malignant or they are healthy. And these methods has been used in the veterinary medicine for the studies of mammary gland tumors in dogs. And other optical techniques from hyperspectral imaging is multispectral imaging, but they are really similar, but the difference is that there are numerous wavelengths which are analyzed, and the light is transmitted from the skin to be measured through several spectral bands. And the last one, diffuse reflectance spectroscopy. So it has the same principle as previous hyperspectral and multispectral imaging systems, but it gives an analysis in just one point. In veterinary oncology, diffuse reflectance spectroscopy has been used to detect skin and subcutaneous tumors in dogs, and it has been also used for the real-time intraoperative visualization of the tumor. So it also helps to detect the clear margins of the tumor during the surgery. And about biophotonics in veterinary oncology, which is my main focus in my PhD studies. So the skin and subcutaneous tumors that have been studied by biophotonics include lipomas, soft tissue sarcomas, and mast cell tumors in dogs. And Raman spectroscopy has found that lipomas has the most distinctive Raman spectrum due to the high lipid content. And biophotonics has been widely used to detect tumor margins during the surgery. And as I promised, then we wanted to introduce you with our preliminary results we were doing in our research. So I want you to show the pictures we got from the OCT, from these three types of the skin and subcutaneous tumors, like lipomas, soft tissue sarcomas, and mast cell tumors. So in the left, you can see a picture from OCT, and in the right, there are pictures from the histopathology, so what that pathologists see under the microscope. As you see, then lipomas has a really interesting structure. It looks like honeycomb. So this is very typical appearance, typical look for the lipomas. And that happens because of the fact that that lipomas has specific really big cells called lipocytes, and they consist of the fat. So they scatter the fat scatter light better, and so we can see this typical appearance. There is bigger not trouble, but not so easy with lipomas, with mast cell tumors and soft tissue sarcomas. As you see, they look quite similar. So there will be more trouble to distinguish these two types of the tumors, just because that they are really heterogeneous, not only between the animal species or between the animals in one species, like between the dogs or between the cats, but also these tumors can be pleomorphic. So it means that they are really variable even in one animal. So they can be different in structure, the tissue structure in one piece of the sample. So this should be, we should look on this closer and do the more research. But at least we can show that there is quite big difference between lipomas, and we can distinguish them quite easily with OCT and mast cell tumors and soft tissue sarcomas. There should be done more statistical analysis to see if there is really significant difference between them. And in conclusion, I can tell that biophotonics is a new research approach in veterinary oncology. This is the most popular biophotonic techniques, OCT measurements, and they are used for clean surgical margin detection. And in skin and subcutaneous tumors, lipomas, mast cell tumors, and soft tissue sarcomas exhibited noticeably morphological differences and specific patterns. So further research is required for the other types of the common small animal skin tumors. So thank you for attention, and I'm ready to answer to your questions.
Thank you, Daira, for the very informative presentation. I have a question. So what will be the next steps in your research process?
So as my PhD is focused on different skin and subcutaneous tumors in dogs and cats, then everyone knows that there are more than 3 types of these tumors. So we have to collect more samples, not even from these groups of the tumors, but we also can collect other types of the tumors. That's one task. Second task is that we can change the methodology, so we can do the measurements not randomly. We can, for example, just make measurements on the necrotic places. So the biggest task would be understand how the necrosis, how the different types of the histological cells looks under the OCT, so we can recognize them more easily. Because currently, yes, we understand how fat cells look, but other tissue types we cannot recognize by the OCT. So there should be more research done. So maybe it will be easier to recognize between different types of the skin and subcutaneous tumors.
Okay, good luck with your further research.
Thank you.
So thank you all for the presentations, for introducing us to your research. It was a pleasure to meet you all virtually here. And I also would like to thank you for Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies for organizing this meeting for us all. I'm very happy that we all could participate here, and I really want to wish good luck to everyone.